Part 2. Peldane. Chapter 9. There was a man in a sea coat talking alone with Silk in the second-floor sitting-room when Geryon, Belgarath, and Peldane returned. The man was stocky. He had silver-shot hair and beard, and he wore a large gold earring in his left ear. "Ah, there you are," Silk said, looking up as the three of them entered. The rat-faced little man had changed clothes and now wore a plain doublet and hose of nondescript brown. "This is Captain Cadian. He's the one who took our friends to the mainland." He looked back at the seaman. "Why don't you tell them what you just told me, Captain?" he suggested.
"If you want me to, Your Highness,"
Cadian agreed. He had that rusty sort of voice seafaring men often have, the result of bad weather and strong drink, Geryon surmised. He took a swallow from the silver tankard he was holding.
"Well, sir," he began, "it was 3 days ago when it happened. I'd just come up from Bashad in Gandahar. It's down by the mouth of the Magan."
He made a face.
"It's an unhealthy sort of place, all swamps and jungles. Anyhow, I'd carried a cargo of ivory up here for the consortium. We'd just offloaded, so I was sort of looking around for a cargo. A ship doesn't make any money for her owner when she's tied up at the wharf, you know. I went to a certain tavern I know of. The tavern keeper's an old friend of mine. We was shipmates when we was younger. He sort of keeps his ear to the ground for me. Well, sir, I no sooner got there and set myself down when my friend, he comes over to me and he asks me if I'd be interested in a short, easy voyage at a good price. I says to him that I'm always interested in that kind of proposition, but that I'd want to know what kind of cargo was involved before I made up my mind. There's some things I don't like to carry. Cattle, for instance. They can dirty up the hold of a ship to the point where it takes weeks to get it clean again. Well, my friend, he says to me that there wouldn't be no cargo involved at all. Just some people as wanted passage to the mainland. I says that it wouldn't hurt none to talk with 'em. So he takes me into this room in the back of the tavern where 4 people was sitting at a table. 2 men, a woman, a little boy. One of them was dressed in expensive clothes, nobleman of some kind, I think. But it was the other one as did all the talking.
"Was there anything unusual about that one?" Silk prompted.
I was just getting to that. He was wearing ordinary clothes, but that wasn't what caught my attention. At first I thought he was blind because of his eyes, you understand. But it seems that he can see well enough, even though his eyes don't have no color at all. I had a ship's cook one time. One of his eyes was the same way. Foul-tempered sort he was. Real poor excuse for a cook. Well, sir, this man with the funny eyes, he says that his friends had to get to Peldane in a hurry, but they sort of wanted it kept quiet, that they was going there. Then he asks me if I knows of a place outside of the town of Selda where I could put them on the beach with no one the wiser. I says that I did.
He pulled his nose slyly.
Just about any man that owns a ship knows of a few places like that. Customs people being what they are and all. I sort of had my suspicion up by now. People who want to end a voyage on a lonely beach someplace are usually up to no good. Now, I figure that what a man does is his own concern. But if he gets me mixed up in it, it starts being my business real quick. I can get into trouble enough on my own without no help from others.
He paused and took a long drink from his tankard, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Like I say, I had my suspicion about these people by now, and I was just about to tell 'em that I wasn't really interested in this proposition. But then the woman, she says something I didn't hear to the one as was doing the talking. She was wearing a kind of long cloak or robe of some kind, made out of black satin. She kept the hood of it up the whole time, so's I never saw her face, but she was keeping a real tight grip on the little boy. Anyhow, the one with the white eyes, he pulls out a purse and spills it out on the table, and that purse was full of gold, my friends, more than I'd make in a dozen voyages along these coasts. That put a whole new light on the situation, let me tell you. Well, sir, to make it short, we struck the bargain right then and there, and I asks them when they wanted to leave, and the fellow as was just doing the talking, he says they'd come down to my ship just as soon as it gets dark. I saw right off that my suspicions wasn't too far off the mark. You don't find very many as is honest who want to sail out of a harbor in the dark of night. But we'd already struck our bargain, and I had his purse tucked under my belt, so it was too late to back out. We sailed that very night and got to the coast of Peldane on the next afternoon.
"Tell them about the fog," Silk said intently.
"I was just about to, your highness," Cadian said. "That coast down there is sunk in fog almost all spring, and the day we got there wasn't no exception. It was thicker than a wool cloak, but the people in Zelda, they're used to it, so they always lights beacons on the city walls to guide ships into their harbor on a foggy day. I took my bearings on those beacons, and I didn't have no trouble finding the beach I wanted. We hove to a few 100 yards offshore, and I sent my passengers toward the beach in a small boat with my bosun in charge. We hung a lantern from the mainmast to guide him back through the fog, and I put some men to banging on pots and pans to help him find a way. Anyhow, after some time passed, we could hear the sound of the oarlocks out there in the fog near the beach, and we knowed the bosun was coming back. And then, all of a sudden, I seen the light of a fire coming through the fog, all sort of misty-like. I heard some screaming, and then everything got quiet. We waited for a bit, but the bosun, he never came back. I didn't like the smell of things, so I ordered the anchor up, and we sort of eased on back out to sea. I don't know what happened, and I wasn't going to stay around to find out. There was things going on that made me real nervous."
"Oh?" Peldane said.
"Such as what?" "Well, sir, one time in the main cabin, this woman, as the white-eyed man and the aristocrat had with them, she reached out to take hold of that little boy, him acting a kind of restless and all, and I seen her hand. Now, it might have been bad light in the cabin or some such. I don't spend all that much on lamp oil or candles. But, and strike me blind if I'm wrong, it seemed to me that there was sparkles under the skin of her hand."
"Sparkles?" Belgarath asked him.
"Yes, sir. I've seen it with me own eyes. And they was moving. All these little tiny sparkles moving around in her flesh, almost like fireflies on a summer's evening." "As if all the starry universe were contained therein?"
Peldane asked intently, quoting from the obscure passage in the Ashabeen oracles.
"Now that you put it that way, that's exactly how it was," Cadian agreed. "I knowed right off that these wasn't no ordinary folks, and after I seen that fire in the fog, I didn't really want to stay around to find out just how unordinary they was."
"It might have just saved your life, Captain," Belgarath told him. "Have you ever heard of Zandramas?"
"The witch? Ha! Everybody's heard of her."
"I think she was your glittering passenger, and Zandramas is a firm believer in the old notion that dead people cannot tell stories.
So far as we know, she has drowned 3 ships and fed several people to the lions.
I expect it was only the fog that saved you. If she had been able to see you, you would not be here now." Captain Cadian swallowed hard. "Do you need any more?" Silk asked.
"No," Belgarath replied. I think that covers everything. He looked at the captain. We thank you, Cadian. Can you sketch us a map of the beach where you dropped off these passengers of yours? I can indeed, Cadian replied bleakly. Is it in your mind to chase down the witch? We were sort of thinking along those lines, yes. When you burn her, throw on a few logs of wood in memory of my boatswain and his oarsmen.
You have my word on that, Captain, Geryon told him.
Green logs, Cadian added. They don't burn so fast.
We'll keep that in mind. Silk stood up and handed the captain a leather pouch.
Cadian bounced it on his palm a few times, and it gave forth a jingling sound. Oh, you're very generous, Your Highness, he said, also rising to his feet. Is there pen and ink handy? I'll draw you that chart.
Right over on that table, Silk said, pointing. The captain nodded and crossed the room. Where's Aunt Paul? Geryon asked. And the others? They're changing clothes, Silk replied. I sent word to our ship just as soon as one of Veto's men came back and told us that they had found Captain Cadian. She's waiting in the harbor for us right now. He looked closely at Geryon. Aren't you feeling well? You're looking a little pale. I got a message that had some bad news in it. Silk gave Belgarath a puzzled look.
We found the Ashabeen oracles, the old man explained tersely. Torak left a message for Geryon on the last page. It was not very pleasant. We can talk about it once we get on board ship.
Captain Cadian came back holding a sheet of parchment.
This is Selda, he said, pointing at the drawing. There's a headland to the south, and the beach I was telling you about is just south of that. I can't tell you exactly where the witch landed because of the fog, but this place marked with the X should be fairly close.
Thanks again, Captain, Silk said.
My pleasure, Your Highness, and good hunting.
Cadian turned and left the room with the rolling gait of a man who spends little time on shore. It was only a few moments later when Polgara and the others joined them. Senedra and Velvet were both wearing plain gray dresses, much like the one Polgara always wore when she was traveling. Gray, Geryon noticed, was not a good color for Senedra. It made her skin look very pale, and the only touch of color about her was her flaming wealth of copper-colored hair. Durnick and the other men, except for Toth, who still wore only his unbleached blanket and loincloth, were dressed in the same nondescript brown that Silk wore. "Well, father?" Polgara asked as she entered. "Did you find what we wanted?" He nodded.
"Why don't we talk about that after we get on board ship, though? We have done what we came to do in Malsina, and we can talk while our ship is moving."
He led the way out and down the stairs. It was a silvery evening. The full moon had risen early, and it filled the streets of Malsina with its pale light. Candles glowed golden in the windows of the houses they passed, and hundreds of lanterns winked from the rigging of the ships anchored in the harbor. Geryon rode in silence, his melancholy thoughts still on the dreadful communication Torak had left for him thousands of years ago. They boarded their ship quickly, and went immediately below to the cramped cabin beneath the aft deck.
"All right,"
Belgarath said to them, after Durnick had closed the door.
"We found the oracles, and we also found the place where the Sardian was kept, until just about the time of the Battle of Omimbre."
"Oh, that was a profitable trip, wasn't it?" Silk noted. "Is Sinji really as old as they say?"
Peldane grunted. "Older."
"Wouldn't that mean he is a sorcerer?"
Senedra asked. Perhaps it was the somber gray dress, but she seemed a bit disconsolate as she sat on an ornately carved bench under a swinging oil lamp.
Belgarath nodded. "Oh, he's not very good at it, but he does have the ability, yes."
"Who was his instructor?" Polgara wanted to know. She sat down beside Senedra and laid one arm affectionately across the little queen's shoulders.
"Nobody,"
Belgarath said with a certain disgust.
"Would you believe that he just stumbled over it on his own?"
"Did you look into that?"
"Yes. Peldane has got a theory. He can explain it to you later. At any rate, the Sardian was brought to the university here several thousand years ago. They kept it in a museum. I don't think anybody knew what it really was. Then, about 500 years ago, one of the scholars stole it, and took it around the southern tip of Kandahar, and sailed off in the general direction of the Dalasian protectorates. Nobody knows for sure what happened to it after that. Anyway, Senji had an unmutilated copy of the Ashabin oracles."
What did he say?
Velvet asked intently.
"A great deal. We found out why Zandramas abducted Geren."
As a sacrifice?
"Only in an obscure sense of the word. If the dark prophecy wins out, Geren is going to be the new god of Engarak."
My baby?
Sinedra exclaimed. "He won't be your baby any more, I'm afraid," the old man told her bleakly. "He will be Torak." "Or worse," Peldane added. "He will have the orb in one hand and the Sardian in the other. He will have dominion over everything that exists, and I don't think he'll be a kindly god."
We have to stop her,
Sinedra cried.
We can't let this happen.
"I think that's the general idea, Your Majesty," Tzadi told her.
What else did it say, Father?
Polgara asked. "It said something about Zandramas that is a little obscure. For some reason, her body's being gradually taken over by some kind of light. The sea captain who carried her to Selda caught a glimpse of her hand, and he said that there are moving lights under her skin. The oracles said it was going to happen." "What does it mean?" Dernek asked. "I have not got the faintest idea," Belgarath admitted. He looked at Geryon and moved his fingers slightly. "I don't think we need to tell Senedra what the book said about her, do you?" Geryon shook his head. "Anyway, we're going to have to go to Kel."
"Kel?" Polgara's voice was startled. "What for?"
"The location of the place we are looking for is in the copy of the Malloreon Gospels the seers keep there. If we go to Kel, we can get to this meeting place before Zandramas does."
"That might be a nice change," Silk said. "I'm getting a little tired of tagging along behind her."
But we will lose the trail,
Sinedra protested.
"Little girl,"
Peldane said to her gruffly,
"if we know where Zandramas is going, we won't need the trail. We can just go directly to the place which is no more, and wait for her to show up."
Polgara's arm curled more tightly about Sinedra's shoulders in a protective fashion. "Be gentle with her, uncle. She was brave enough to kiss you at the Archduke's house, and I would imagine that was quite a shock to her sensibilities."
"Oh, very funny, Paul."
The ugly hunchback dropped heavily into a chair and scratched vigorously at one armpit. "Was there anything else, Father?" Polgara asked.
"Torak wrote something to Geryon," Belgarath replied. "It was fairly bleak, but it appears that even he knew how bad things would get if Zandramas succeeds. He told Geryon to stop her, at all costs."
"I was going to do that anyway," Geryon said quietly. "I didn't need any suggestions from Torak."
"What are we going to be up against in Peldane?"
Belgarath asked Silk. "More of what we ran into in Vorosebo and Wrangel, I'd imagine."
"What's the fastest way to get to Kel?" Dernek asked.
"It's in the Protectorate of Lycandia," Silk replied. "And the shortest way there is right straight across Peldane and Darshiva, and then down through the mountains." "What about Kandahar?" Tzadi asked. "We could avoid all of that unpleasantness if we sailed south and went through there." Somehow Sadi looked peculiar in hose and a belted tunic. Once he had discarded his iridescent robe, he seemed more like an ordinary man and less like a eunuch. His scalp, however, was freshly shaved. Silk shook his head. "It's all jungle down in Gandhar, Sadi. You have to chop your way through." "Oh, jungles aren't all that bad, Keldar." "But they are if you're in a hurry."
"Could you send for those soldiers of yours?"
Velvet asked. "It's possible, I suppose," Silk answered. "But I'm not sure that they'd be all that much help. Vetter says that Darshiva's crawling with Grolems and Xandramos's troops, and Peldane's been in chaos for years. My troops are good, but not that good." He looked at Belgarath. "I'm afraid you're going to get more burrs in your fur, old friend."
"Are we just going to ignore the trail, then?" Garion asked, "and make straight for Kel?"
Belgarath tugged at one earlobe. "I have got a suspicion that the trail is going to lead in the general direction of Kel anyway. Xandramas read the Ashabin oracles too, you know, and she knows that Kel is the only place where she can get the information that she needs." "Will Saradis let her look at the Gospels?" Durnik asked. "Probably. Saradis is still neutral, and she's not likely to show any favoritism." Garion rose to his feet. "I think I'll go up on deck, Grandfather. I've got some thinking to do, and sea air helps to clear my head." The lights of Melsina twinkled low on the horizon behind them, and the moon laid a silvery path across the surface of the sea. The ship's captain stood at the tiller at the aft deck, his hands steady and sure. "Isn't it a little hard to know which way you are going at night?" Garion asked him. "Not at all," the captain replied. He pointed up toward the night sky. "The seasons come and go, but the stars never change." "Well," Garion said, "we can hope, I guess." Then he walked forward to stand in the bow of the ship. The night breeze that blew down the strait between Melsina and the mainland was erratic, and the sails first bellied, then fell slack, their booming sounding like a funeral drum. That sound fitted Garion's mood. For a long time he stood toying with the end of a knotted rope and looking out over the moon-touched waves, not so much thinking as simply registering the sights and sounds and smells around him. He knew she was there. It was not merely the fragrance he had known since his earliest childhood, but also the calm sense of her presence. With a peculiar kind of abstraction, he sought back through his memories. He had, it seemed, always known exactly where she was. Even on the darkest of nights, he could have started from sleep in a strange room in some forgotten town and pointed unerringly to the place where she was. The captain of this ship was guided by the lights in the sky, but the star that had led Garion for his entire life was not some far distant glimmer on the velvet throat of night. It was much closer, and much more constant. "What's troubling you, Garion?" she asked, laying a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I could hear his voice, Aunt Paul. Torak's voice. He hated me thousands of years before I was even born. He even knew my name." "Garion," she said very calmly, "the universe knew your name before that moon up there was spun out of the emptiness. Whole constellations have been waiting for you since the beginning of time." "I didn't want them to, Aunt Paul." "There are those of us who aren't given that option, Garion. There are things that have to be done and certain people who have to do them. It's as simple as that." He smiled rather sadly at her flawless face and gently touched the snowy white lock at her brow. Then, for the last time in his life, he asked the question that had been on his lips since he was a tiny boy.
"Why me, Aunt Paul? Why me?"
"Can you possibly think of anyone else that you would trust to deal with these matters, Geryon?" He had not really been prepared for that question. It came at him in stark simplicity. Now at last he fully understood.
"No,"
he sighed.
"I suppose not. Somehow it seems a little unfair, though. I wasn't even consulted."
"Neither was I, Geryon," she answered. "But we did not have to be consulted, did we? The knowledge of what we have to do is born in us." She put her arms around him and drew him close. "I'm so very proud of you, my Geryon," she said. He laughed a bit wryly.
"I suppose I didn't turn out too badly after all," he conceded. "I can get my shoes on the right feet at least."
"And you have no idea how long that took to explain to you," she replied with a light laugh. "Oh, you were a good boy, Geryon, but you would never listen. Even Runderig would listen. Oh, he didn't usually understand, but at least he'd listen."
"I miss him sometimes. Him and Darun and Zubrat."
Geryon paused.
"Did they ever get married? Runderig and Zubrat, I mean."
"Oh, yes. Years and years ago. And Zubrat is up to her waist in children. 5 or so. I used to get a message every autumn. And I'd have to go back to Faldor's farm to deliver her newest baby."
"You did that?"
He was amazed. "Well, I certainly wouldn't have let anyone else do it. Zubrat and I disagreed about certain things, but I am still very fond of her."
"Is she happy?"
"Oh, I think she is, yes. Runderig's easy to manage, and she has all of those children to keep her mind occupied." She looked at him critically. "Are you a little less moody now?"
"I feel better. I always feel better when you are around."
"Oh, that's nice." He remembered something.
"Did Grandfather get a chance to tell you what the oracles said about Zenedra?"
"Yes. I will keep an eye on her. Why don't we go below now? The next few weeks might be hectic. So let's get all of the sleep we can while we have the chance." The coast of Peldane was engulfed in fog just as Captain Cadian had predicted. But the beacon fires burning on the walls of Selda provided reference points, and they were able to feel their way carefully along the coast until the ship's captain estimated that they were near the beach shown on Cadian's chart. "There's a fishing village about a mile south of here, Your Highness," the captain advised Silk. "It's deserted now, because all the trouble's in the area, but there's a dock there. Or at least there was the last time I sailed past this coast. We should be able to unload your horses there." "Excellent, Captain," Silk replied. They crept along through the fog until they reached the deserted village and its shaky-looking dock. As soon as Chrétien reached the shore, Geryon saddled him, then mounted and rode slowly back along the beach with iron-gripped sword resting on the pommel of his saddle. After he had gone perhaps a mile and a half, he felt the familiar pull. He turned and rode back. The others had also saddled their horses, and led them to the edge of the fog-shrouded fisherman's village. Their ship was moving slowly out to sea, a dim shape in the fog, with red and green lanterns marking her port and starboard sides, and with a lone sailor astride her bowsprit, blowing a melancholy foghorn to warn the other ships away. Geryon dismounted, and led his big gray stallion to where the others waited.
"Did you find it?"
Zenedra asked intently, in a hushed little voice. Geryon had noticed that, for some reason, fog always made people speak quietly.
"Yes,"
he replied. Then he looked at his grandfather.
"Well," he asked, "do we just ignore the trail and take the shortest right to Kel, or what?"
Belgarath scratched at his beard and looked first at Peldane, then at Polgara. "What do you think?" he asked them.
"The trail was going inland, wasn't it?"
Peldane asked Geryon. Geryon nodded.
"Then we don't have to make the decision yet," the hunchback said. "As long as Xandromos is going in the same direction that we want to go, we can keep on following her. If she changes direction later on, then we can decide."
"It makes sense, Father," Polgara agreed.
"All right. We'll do it that way, then."
The old man looked around.
"This fog should hide us just as well as darkness would. Let's go pick up the trail, and then Geryon, Paul, and I can scout on ahead."
He squinted up into the murky sky.
"Can anybody make a guess about the time?"
"It's about mid-afternoon, Belgarath," Dernick told him, after a momentary consultation with Toth.
"Well, let's go find out which way she's going, then."
They rode along the beach, following Kretchan's tracks until they reached the spot where Geryon's sword swung in his hand to point inland. "We should be able to gain some time on her," Tzadi noted.
"Why's that?"
Silk asked him.
"She came ashore in a small boat," the eunuch replied. "So she didn't have horses."
"That is no real problem for her, Tzadi," Polgara told him. "She is a Grolem, and she can communicate with her underlings over long distances. I am sure she was on horseback within an hour of the time her foot touched the sand."
The eunuch sighed.
"I forget about that from time to time," he admitted. "It's very convenient for us to have that advantage, but not nearly so convenient when the other side has it too."
Belgarath swung down from his horse.
"Come along, Geryon. You too, Paul. We might as well get started."
He looked over at Dernick.
"We will stay close in touch," he told the smith. "This fog could make things a little tricky."
"Right," Dernick agreed. Geryon took Polgara's arm to help her through the soft sand, and followed his grandfather up the beach to the line of driftwood at the high water mark.
"This should do it,"
the old man decided.
"Let's make the change here, and then Geryon and I can scout on ahead. Paul, try to keep the others more or less in sight. I don't want them straying."
"Yes, Father," she said, even as she began to shimmer and change. Geryon formed the image in his mind, pulled in his will, and once again felt that curious melting sensation. He looked himself over carefully, as he always did. On one occasion, he had made the change in a hurry, and had forgotten his tail. A tail does not mean very much to a two-legged animal, but it is distinctly necessary for a four-legged one.
"Oh, stop admiring yourself,"
he heard Belgarath's voice in the silences of his mind.
"We have got work to do."
"I was just making sure that I had everything, Grandfather."
"Let's go. You won't be able to see very much in the fog, so use your nose."
Polgara was perched sedately on a bone-white limb jutting up from a driftwood log. She was meticulously preening her snowy feathers with her hooked beak. Belgarath and Geryon effortlessly hurtled over the driftwood and loped off into the fog.
"It's going to be a wet day,"
Geryon noted soundlessly as he ran alongside the great silver wolf.
"Your fur won't melt."
"I know, but my paws get cold when they're wet."
"I'll have Dernick make you some little booties."
"That would be absolutely ridiculous, Grandfather," Geryon said indignantly.
Even though he had only recently made the change, the wolf's enormous sense of decorum and propriety had already begun to permeate his consciousness.
"There are some people just ahead,"
Belgarath said, sniffing at the air.
"Tell your aunt."
They separated and moved off into the tall, fog-wet marsh grass.
"Aunt Paul?"
Geryon cast the words into the foggy silence around him.
"Yes, dear." "Tell Dernick and the others to rein in. There are some strangers up ahead."
"All right, Geryon. Be careful." Geryon slunk low to the ground through the wet grass, setting each paw down carefully.
Will it never lift?
He heard a voice somewhere off to his left demand irritably.
The local people say that it's always foggy around here in the spring.
Another voice replied.
It's not spring. It is here. We are south of the line. The seasons are reversed. That's a stupid sort of thing. It wasn't my idea. Talk to the gods if you want to register a complaint.
There was a long silence.
Have the hounds found anything yet?
The first voice asked.
It's very hard to sniff out a trail after 3 days, even for the hounds. And all of the wet from this fog isn't making it any easier.
Geryon froze.
Grandfather.
He hurled the thought into the fog.
Don't shout.
There are 2 men talking just up ahead. They have some of the hounds with them. I think they are trying to find the trail, too.
Paul?
The old man's thought seemed to crackle.
Come up here.
Yes, Father.
It was no more than a few minutes, but it seemed like hours. Then, in the murky fog overhead, Geryon heard the single stroke of soft wings.
There are some men over there to the left,
Belgarath's voice reported.
I think they might be Grolums. Have a look, but be careful.
All right,
she replied. There was another soft wing beat in the fog. Again, there was that interminable wait. Then her voice came back quite clearly. You are right, Father. They are Candim. A muttered oath came out of the stillness.
Ervan,
Belgarath's voice said. And probably Nahaz as well, Polgara added.
Now this complicates things,
the old man said. Let's go back and talk with the others. We might have to make the decision sooner than Peldane thought. Chapter 10. They gathered not far from the driftwood-littered beach. The fog had slipped imperceptibly from white to gray, as evening settled slowly over this misty coast.
Well, that's it, then,
Peldane said, after Belgarath had told them what lay ahead.
If the Candim and the hounds are out there trying to sniff out Xandramas's trail, the same as we are, we're bound to run into them sooner or later.
We've dealt with them before, Silk objected.
I'll grant that, Peldane replied. But why risk that sort of thing if we don't have to? The trail of Xandramas isn't really important to us now. What we really need to do at this point is to get to Kel.
Belgarath was pacing up and down.
Peldane's right, he said.
There is no point in taking risks over something that doesn't really matter anymore.
But we are so close,
Tinedra protested.
If we start running into Candim and hounds, we won't stay very close, Peldane told her.
Tzadi had put on a Western-style traveler's cloak and had turned the hood up to ward off the dampness of the fog. The covering of his shaved scalp peculiarly altered his appearance. "What's Xandramas likely to do when she finds out that the Candim are trailing her?" he asked. "She will put every Grolem and every soldier she can lay her hands on in their path," Polgara replied. "And they'll just bring in more force to counter that, won't they?"
"Well, that's the logical assumption," Dernick agreed.
"That sort of means that things are going to come to a head here fairly soon, wouldn't you say? Even if neither side would particularly have chosen this place for a major confrontation." "What are you getting at, Tzadi?" Silk asked him. "If Ervan and Xandramas are concentrating on each other, they won't really pay that much attention to us, will they? About all we have to do is get out of this general vicinity, and then we should be able to make straight for Kel, without much in the way of interference."
"What lies to the south of us?" Peldane asked Silk.
"Oh, nothing major. At least not until you get to Kandahar." Peldane nodded.
"But we've got a city just to the north of here, don't we?"
Zelda, Silk supplied. Irvan's probably there already. But if we go south, we should be able to avoid him, and Xandromos as well. Tzadi's right. They'll be so busy with each other they won't have time to look for us.
Anybody want to add anything? Belgarath asked them. Well, fire, maybe, Dernick said. I don't quite follow you. Oh, I've got all this fog, Dernick explained. The night's coming on. The Kandem are out there ahead of us. We need something to distract their attention while we slip around them. There's all that driftwood along the upper edge of the beach. A bonfire on a foggy night lights up the whole sky. Well, you can see it for miles. If we build a few fires, the Kandem are going to think that something serious is going on behind them. They'll all rush back here to investigate. That ought to clear the way for us.
Peldane grinned and clapped a gnarled hand on the smith's shoulder.
You made a good choice, Paul, he chortled. This is a rare fellow here.
Yes, she murmured. I saw that almost immediately. They rowed back along the beach to the abandoned fishing village. Do you want me to do it, grandfather? Geryon offered. Set fire to the driftwood, I mean.
No, the old man replied. I'll take care of it. You and Paul take the others on down along the shoreline. I'll catch up in a bit. Well, do you want these? Dernick asked, offering the old man his flint and steel.
Belgarath shook his head.
I'll do it the other way, he said. I want to give the Kandem some noise to listen to as well as the fire to watch. That should get their undivided attention.
He strode off into the fog, heading back up the beach. Come along, Geryon, Polgara said, pushing back the hood of her cloak. We will scout ahead again. I think we'll want to move fairly fast. The two of them walked a short distance down the beach and made the change once more. Keep your mind awake as well as your ears and nose, Polgara's voice silently instructed. With this fog, the Kandem will probably be watching with their thoughts rather than their eyes. Yes, Aunt Paul, he replied, loping toward the upper end of the beach. Sand was different underfoot than grass or turf. It gave slightly under his paws, and it slowed him a bit. He decided that he did not really like running in sand. He ran along for a couple of miles without any encounters. Then he heard and felt a shockingly loud surge coming from somewhere behind him. He flinched and glanced back over his shoulder. The fog was illuminated by a sooty orange glow. There was another surge that sounded almost like a detonation, and then another and another. Tacky, father, he heard Polgara say disapprovingly. Why are you being so ostentatious?
I just wanted to be sure that they heard me, is all, the old man replied.
They probably heard you in Malzeth. Are you coming back now?
Let me start a few more fires first. The Kandem have a limited attention span. Besides, the smoke should confuse the hounds' sense of smell.
There were several more detonations.
That should do it.
Belgarath's thought had a note of self-satisfaction in it. About 20 minutes later, the great silver wolf came out of the fog like a ghost.
Oh, there you are,
Belgarath said to Geryon, in the way of the wolves.
Let's spread out a bit and move right along. Dernick and the others are right behind us.
Did the Kandem go back to the beach to see what was happening?
Oh, yes.
Belgarath's tongue lolled out in the wolf's version of a grin.
They were definitely curious. There were quite a few of them. Shall we go?
They ran along for about another hour before Geryon's nostrils caught the scent of a horse and rider coming from somewhere ahead. He loped on through the fog, ranging back and forth until he pinpointed the man's location. Then he ran forward. It was a solitary temple guardsman who was galloping northward toward the towering fires Belgarath had ignited. Geryon rushed him, snarling terribly. The guardsman's horse squealed in panic, rearing up onto his hind legs and dumping his startled rider into a bleached pile of driftwood. The horse fled, and the guardsman groaned as he lay tangled up in the white logs and branches half buried in the sand. "Trouble?" Belgarath's thought came out of the fog. "A guardsman," Geryon replied. "He fell off of his horse. I think he may have broken some things."
"Was he alone?"
"Yes, grandfather. Where are you?"
"Just a ways ahead of you. There are some woods up here. This looks like as good a place as any to turn west. I don't think we need to go all the way down to Kandahar."
"I'll tell Aunt Paul to pass the word to Dernick."
The woods were quite extensive, and there was very little undergrowth.
At one point, Geryon passed the embers of a campfire, still glowing in the foggy dark. The campsite, however, was deserted, and there were signs that whoever had been there had departed in some haste. The track of churned loam on the forest floor indicated that the people had galloped off toward the fires on the beach. Geryon ran on. Near the edge of the woods, a faint breeze carried a sharp canine reek. Geryon stopped. "Grandfather," he sent out his thought urgently. "I smell a dog up ahead."
"Only one?"
"I think so." He crept forward, his ears and nose alert. "I can only smell one," he reported.
"Stay put. I'll be right there."
Geryon dropped to his haunches and waited. A few moments later, the silver wolf joined him.
"Is he moving around at all?"
Belgarath asked. "No, grandfather. He seems to be just sitting in one place. Do you think we can slip around him?"
"You and I could. But I don't think that Dernick and the others would be able to. The hounds can hear and smell almost as well as wolves can."
"Can we frighten him off?"
"I doubt it. He is bigger than we are. Even if we did, he would just go for help, and we definitely don't want a pack of the hounds on our trail. We are going to have to kill him."
"Grandfather," Geryon gasped. For some reason, the thought of deliberately killing another canine profoundly shocked him.
"I know," Belgarath agreed. "The notion is repugnant, but we don't have any choice. He's blocking our way out of this area, and we have to be clear of here by daylight. Now, listen carefully. The hounds are big, but they are not very agile. They particularly aren't very good at turning around in a hurry. I will confront him head-on. You run in behind him and hamstring him. You know how to do that?"
That knowledge was instinctive in wolves, and Geryon found, almost with surprise, that he knew precisely what to do. "Yes," he replied. The speech of wolves is limited in its emotional range, so he could not indicate how uncomfortable this impending encounter made him.
"All right," Belgarath continued. "Once you cut his hamstrings, get back out of the range of his teeth. He will try to turn on you. That is instinctive, so he won't be able to stop himself. And that's when I will take his throat."
Geryon shuddered at the deliberateness of the plan. Belgarath was proposing not a fight, but a cold-blooded killing. "Let's get it over with, grandfather," he said unhappily.
"Don't whine, Geryon." Belgarath's thought came to him. "He'll hear you."
"I don't like this," Geryon thought back.
"Neither do I. But it is the only thing we can do. Let's go."
They crept among the fog-dimmed tree trunks with the smell of the hound growing stronger in their nostrils. It was not a pleasant smell, since dogs will eat carrion, while wolves will not. Then Geryon saw the hound outlined black against the fog beyond the edge of the trees. Belgarath paused, indicating that he also saw their intended victim. Then the two wolves separated and moved in the slow, deliberate pace of the hunt, setting each paw carefully and noiselessly down on the damp forest loam. It was over in a shockingly short time. The hound screamed once when Gerion's fangs ripped the tendons of his hind legs, but the scream died into a hideous rattling gurgle as Belgarath's jaws closed on his throat. The huge black body twitched a few times, with its front paws scratching convulsively at the dirt. Then it shuddered and went limp. The dead hound blurred peculiarly, and then there was a Grolem lying on the ground before them, with his throat torn out.
"I didn't know they did that,"
Gerion said, fighting down a surge of revulsion. "Sometimes they do." Then Belgarath sent out his thought. "It's clear now, Paul. Tell Dernick to bring them on through." As dawn turned the fog opalescent, they took shelter in a ruined village. There had been a wall around it, and part of it was still standing. The houses had been made of stone. Some were still more or less intact except for the roofs. Others had been tumbled into the narrow streets. In places, smoke still rose from the shattered debris. "I think we can risk a fire," Dernick suggested, looking at the smoke. Polgara looked around. "A hot breakfast would not hurt," she agreed. "It might be some time before we get another chance for one. Over there, I think. In what's left of that house." "In just a moment, Dernick," Belgarath said. "I will need you to translate for me." He looked at Toth. "I assume you know how to get to Kell from here?" he asked the huge mute. Toth shifted the unbleached wool blanket he wore draped over one shoulder and nodded. "In Malsina, we heard that Kell has been sealed off," the old man continued. "Will they let us through?" Toth made a series of those obscure gestures. "I says there won't be any problem, as long as Sorceress is still at Kell. She will instruct the other seers to let us through." "She's there, then?" Belgarath asked. The gestures came more rapidly. "I didn't quite follow that," Dernick told his friend. Toth gestured again, slower this time. Dernick frowned. "Well, this is a little complicated, Belgarath. As closely as I can make out what he says, she's there and yet not there at the same time. Sort of the way she was when we saw Xandromos that time. But she's also there and not there in several other places as well, and in several different times." "Well, that's a neat trick," Belden said. "Did he tell you where those other places and times are?" "No, I think he'd rather not." "We can respect that," Belgarath said. "It doesn't diminish the curiosity, though," Belden said. He brushed a few twigs out of his beard, then pointed at the sky. "I'm going up there. I think we ought to know how far this fog extends, and what we're likely to run into when we get past it." He stopped, spread his arms, shimmered, and swooped away. Dernick led the way into the ruined house and built a small fire in the fireplace, while Silk and Sadi prowled through the shattered village. After a short while they returned with a very thin Melcene in the brown robe of a bureaucrat. "He was hiding in a cellar," Silk reported. The bureaucrat was trembling visibly, and his eyes were wild. "What is your name?" Belgarath asked him. The Melcene stared at the old man as if he did not understand. "I think he's had a bad time lately," Silk said. "We weren't able to get a word out of him." "Can you give him something to calm his nerves?" Belgarath asked Sadi. "I was just about to suggest that myself, Ancient One." Sadi went to his red leather case and took out a small glass vial filled with amber liquid. He took a tin cup from the table and poured some water into it. Then he carefully measured a few drops of the amber liquid into the water and swirled it around. "Why don't you drink this?" he said, handing the trembling Melcene the cup. The fellow seized the cup gratefully and drained it in several noisy gulps. Give it a few moments to take effect, Sadi said quietly to Belgarath. They watched the terrified man until his trembling subsided. "Are you feeling any better now, friend?" Sadi asked him.
Yes,
the thin fellow replied. He drew in a long, shuddering breath.
Thank you. Have you any food? I'm very hungry.
Polgara gave him some bread and cheese. "This should tide you over until breakfast," she said.
Thank you, lady.
He hungrily took the food and began to wolf it down. "You look as if you've been through quite a lot lately," Silk said.
None of it pleasant,
the bureaucrat told him. "What did you say your name was?"
Nebros. I'm with the Bureau of Roads.
"How long have you been in Peldane?"
It seems like forever, but I suppose it's only been 20 years or so.
"What's going on here?" The rat-faced man gestured around at the shattered houses.
Absolute chaos,
Nabros replied.
Things have been in an upheaval for several years now, but last month Zandramas annexed Peldane.
How did she do that? I had heard that she was somewhere in the western part of the continent.
So had I. Maybe she just got word back to her generals. Nobody has seen her for several years now.
Oh, you seem to be fairly well informed, Nabros, Silk suggested. Nabros shrugged.
It goes with being a member of the bureaucracy.
He smiled a bit wanly.
Sometimes I think we spend more time gossiping than we do working.
What have you heard about Zandramas lately? Belgarath asked.
Well,
the fellow replied, rubbing at his unshaven cheek.
Just before I fled the bureau offices in Zelda, a friend of mine from the Bureau of Commerce came by. He said that there's supposed to be a coronation of some kind in Hemel. That's the capital of Darshiva, you know. My friend told me that they are going to crown some archduke from Mersina as Emperor of Malloreon.
Malloreon's already got an emperor, Velvet objected.
I think that may be part of the idea. My friend from Commerce is a very shrewd fellow, and he was speculating a bit after he told me what they are planning. Kalzakath's been in Tolmurgos for years now, but he recently returned to Malzeth. Most of his army is still in the west, however, so he cannot put a great mass of troops into the field. My friends seem to think that Zandramas ordered this coronation in order to infuriate the Emperor to the point that he will do something rash. It is my guess that she hopes to lure him out of Malzeth, so her forces can fall on him. If she succeeds in killing him, this Archduke from Malsina will actually be the Emperor.
What's the point of that? Silk asked him.
You have heard of Irvan, haven't you?
The disciple?
That's the one. He has been sitting for centuries in Mariaska, but what's been going on in this part of the world has finally lured him out. It's because of Zandramas, you see. She is a direct challenge to him. Anyway, he marched across Karanda, gathering up an enormous army. The Karans even believe he has demons aiding him. Well, that's nonsense, of course, but Karans will believe anything. That is why Zandramas, or her people, have to get control of the imperial throne. She needs to bring the Malloreon army back from Tolmurgos to match Irvan's forces. Otherwise, he will destroy everything she has worked for.
The suddenly talkative bureaucrat sighed deeply, and his head began to nod. I think he will sleep now, Sadi murmured to Belgarath. Oh, that's all right, the old man replied. I have got what I need. Not quite yet, Polgara said crisply from her cook fire. There are some things that I need as well. She carefully stepped across the littered floor of the half-ruined house and lightly touched one hand to the dozing bureaucrat's face. His eyes opened, and he looked at her a bit blankly. "How much do you know about Xandramas?" she asked him. "I think I would like to hear the full story, if you know it. How did she gain so much power?"
"Oh, that's a long story, lady."
"We have time." The thin Melsine rubbed at his eyes and stifled a yawn.
"Let me see," he said, half to himself. "Where did it all start?"
He sighed.
"I came here to Peldane about 20 years ago. I was young and very enthusiastic. It was my first post, and I wanted very much to make good. Peldane's not such a bad place, really. We had Grolums here, naturally, but they were a long way from Urvan and Malyaska, and they did not take their religion very seriously. Torak had been dormant for 500 years, and Urvan wasn't interested in what was going on out here in the hinterlands. Over in Darshiva, though, things were different. There had been some kind of a schism in the temple in Himmel, the capital, and it ended up in a bloodbath."
He smiled faintly.
"One of the few times Grolums have ever put their knives to good use, I suppose. The upshot of the affair was that a new archpriest gained control of the temple, a man named Naradis."
"Yes," Polgara said. "We have heard of him."
"I have never actually seen him, but I'm told he has very strange eyes. Anyway, among his followers there was a young Grolum priestess named Xandramas. She must have been about 16 then, very beautiful, I've heard. Naradis reintroduced the old forms of worship, and the altar in the temple at Himmel ran with blood."
He shuddered.
"It seems that the young priestess was the most enthusiastic participant in the Grolum rite of sacrifice, either out of an excess of fanaticism or innate cruelty, or because she knew that this was the best way to attract the eye of the new archpriest. There are rumors that she attracted his eye in other ways as well. She had unearthed a very obscure passage in the Book of Torak that seemed to say that the rite of sacrifice should be performed unclad. They say that Xandramas has a striking figure, and I guess the combination of blood and her nakedness completely inflamed Naradis. I've heard that things used to happen in the sanctum of the temple during the rite that cannot be described in the presence of ladies."
"I think we can skip over that part, Nabros," Polgara told him primly, glancing at Eriond.
"Anyhow,"
Nabros continued,
"all Grolums claim to be sorcerers, but from what I gather, the ones in Darshiva were not very skilled. Naradis could manage a few things, but most of his followers resorted to charlatanism, sleight of hand, and other forms of trickery, you understand. At any rate, not long after Naradis had consolidated his position, word reached us here that Torak had been killed. Naradis and his underlings went into absolute despair. But something rather profound seems to have happened to Xandramas. She walked out of the temple at Himmel in a kind of daze. My friend from the Bureau of Commerce was there at the time, and he saw her. He said that her eyes were glazed, and that she had an expression of inhuman ecstasy on her face. When she reached the edge of the city, she stripped off her clothes and ran naked into the forest. We all assumed that she had gone completely mad, and that we had seen the last of her. Once in a while, though, travelers would report having seen her in that wilderness near the border of Lycandia. Sometimes she would run away from them, and other times she would stop them and speak to them in a language no one could understand. They listened, though, perhaps because she still had not managed to find any clothes. Then, one day, after a few years, she showed up at the gates of Himmel. She was wearing a black Grolum robe made of satin, and she seemed to be totally in control of herself. She went to the temple and sought out Naradis. The archpriest had given himself wholly over to the grossest kind of debauchery in his despair. but after he and Zandramas spoke together privately, he seems to have had a reconversion of some kind. Since that time, he has been the follower. He will do anything Zandramas tells him to do. Zandramas spent a short time in the temple. Then she began to move about in Darshiva. At first, she spoke only with Grolums, but in time she went out and talked with ordinary people as well. She always told them the same thing, that he knew God of Angarak was coming. After a time, word of what she was doing got back to Malyaska, and Irvin sent some very powerful Grolums to Darshiva to stop her. I am not sure what happened to her out there in that wilderness, but whatever it was, seems to have filled her with enormous power. When Irvan's Grolums tried to stop her from preaching, she simply obliterated them.
Obliterated? Belgarath exclaimed in astonishment.
That is about the only word I can use. Some of them she consumed with fire. Others were blasted to bits by bolts of lightning that shot down out of a cloudless sky. Once she opened the earth, dropped 5 of them into a pit, and closed the earth on them again. Irvan began to take her very seriously at that point, I guess. He sent more and more Grolums to Darshiva, but she destroyed them all. The Darshivan Grolums who chose to follow her were given real powers, so they did not have to resort to trickery anymore.
And the ones who did not? Polgara asked.
None of them survived. I understand that a few of them tried deception, pretending to accept her message, but I guess she could see right through them, and took appropriate steps. It probably was not really necessary, though. She spoke as if inspired, and no one could resist her message. Before long, all of Darshiva, Grolums and secular people alike, groveled at her feet. She moved north from Darshiva into Rengel and Versebo, preaching as she went and converting whole multitudes. The archpriest Naradas followed her blindly, and he was also enormously eloquent, and appears to have only slightly less power than she does. For some reason, she never came across the river Magan into Peldane, until recently.
All right, Polgara said. She converted Rengel and Versebo. Then what?
I really can't say,
Nabros shrugged.
About 3 years ago, both she and Naradas disappeared. I think they went off to the west someplace, but I don't know for sure. About the last thing she told the crowds before she left was that she was going to be the bride of this new god that she has been talking about. Then, a month ago, her forces came across the Magan and invaded Peldane. That's about all I know, really.
Polgara stepped back. Thank you, Nabros. Why don't you see if you can get some sleep now? I will save some breakfast for you. He sighed, and his eyelids began to droop.
Thank you, lady,
he said drowsily, and a moment later he was fast asleep. Polgara gently covered him with a blanket. Belgarath motioned to them, and they all went back over to the fire again. It is all beginning to fit together now, isn't it? When Torek died, the Dark Spirit took over Zandramas, and made her the Child of Dark. That's what that business in the wilderness was all about. Zenedra had been muttering to herself under her breath. Her eyes were dangerous and her face angry.
You had better do something about this old man,
she said threateningly to Belgarath. About what? He looked a little baffled.
You heard what that man said. He told us that Zandramas plans to be the bride of this new god.
Yes, he said mildly. I heard him.
You're not going to let something like that happen, are you?
I had not planned to, no. What has got you so upset, Zenedra? Her eyes flashed.
I will not have Zandramas for a daughter-in-law,
she declared hotly.
No matter what happens.
He stared at her for a moment. Then he began to laugh. Chapter 11. By mid-afternoon, the wan dish of the sun had begun to burn through the pervading mist, and Peldane returned.
"The fog's completely cleared away about a league west of here," he told them.
"Are there any signs of movement out there?" Belgarath asked.
"Some," Peldane replied. "A few detachments of troops that are all headed north. Otherwise, it's as empty as a merchant's soul. Oh, sorry, Keldar. It's just an old expression."
"That's all right, Peldane," Silk forgave him grandly. "These little slips of the tongue are common in the very elderly." Peldane gave him a hard look and then continued.
"The villages up ahead all seem to be deserted, mostly in ruins. I would say that the villagers have fled."
He glanced at the sleeping Melusine.
"Who's your guest?"
"He is with the Bureau of Roads," Belgarath replied. "Silk found him hiding in a cellar."
"Is he really all that sleepy?"
"Sadi gave him something to calm his nerves."
"Well, I'd say it worked pretty good. He looks very calm."
"Would you like something to eat, Uncle?" Polgara asked.
"Oh, thanks all the same, Paul, but I had a fat rabbit an hour or so ago."
He looked back at Belgarath.
"I think we'll still want to travel at night. You don't have whole regiments out there, but there are enough to give us trouble if they happen to surprise us."
"Any idea of whose troops they are?"
"I didn't see any guardsmen, nor Karans. I would guess they belong to Xandramos or to the King of Peldane. Whoever they are, they're going north toward that battle that's about to begin."
"All right. We will travel at night, then. At least until we get past the soldiers." They moved along at a fair rate of speed that night. They had passed the woods, and the watchfires of the soldiers encamped on the plain made them easy to avoid. Then, just before dawn, Belgarath and Geryon stopped atop a low hill and looked down at a camp that seemed quite a bit larger than those they had passed earlier.
"About a battalion, Grandfather,"
Geryon surmised.
"I think we've got a problem here. The country around here is awfully flat. This is the only hill we have seen for miles, and there isn't very much cover. No matter how we try to hide, their scouts are going to see us. It might be safer if we turned around and went back a ways."
Belgarath laid back his ears in irritation. "Oh, let's go back and warn the others," he growled. He rose to his feet and led Geryon back the way they had come.
"There is no point in taking chances, Father,"
Polgara said, after she had drifted in on silent wings.
"The country was more broken a few miles back. We can go back there and find shelter."
"Were the cooks making breakfast?" Sadi asked.
"Yes,"
Geryon replied.
"I could smell it. Some kind of porridge and bacon."
"They're not likely to move or send out scouts until after they eat, are they?"
"No,"
Geryon told him.
"Troops get very surly if you make them start marching before you feed them."
"And were the sentries all wearing the standard military cloak? The ones that look more or less like these?" He plucked at the front of his traveler's cloak.
"The ones I saw were,"
Geryon said. "Why don't we pay them a visit, Prince Keldar?" the eunuch suggested.
"What have you got in mind?" Silk asked suspiciously.
"Porridge is so bland, don't you think? I have a number of things in my case that can spice it up just a bit. We can walk through the encampment like a pair of sentries who have just been relieved, and go directly to the cook fires for a bit of breakfast. I shouldn't have much trouble seasoning the kettles with certain condiments."
Silk grinned at him.
"No poison," Belgarath said firmly. "I had not considered poison, ancient one," Sadi protested mildly. Not out of any sense of morality, mind you. It's just that soldiers tend to grow suspicious when their messmates turn black in the face and topple over. I have something much more pleasant in mind. The soldiers will be deliriously happy for a short while, and then they'll fall asleep."
"For how long?" Silk asked.
"Several days," Sadi shrugged. "A week, at the very most."
Silk whistled. "Is it dangerous at all?"
"Only if one has a weak heart. I've used it on myself on occasion, when I was particularly tired. Shall we go, then?"
"Teaming those two together may have been a moral blunder," Belgarath mused, as the two rogues walked off in the darkness toward the twinkling watchfires. It was about an hour later when the little Drasnian and the eunuch returned.
"It's safe now," Sadi reported. "We can go on through their camp. There is a low range of hills a league or so farther on, where we can take shelter until night."
"Any trouble at all?"
Velvet asked.
"Not a bit," Silk smirked. "Sadi's very good at that sort of thing."
"Practice, my dear Keldar. I have poisoned a fair number of people in my time."
He grinned mirthlessly.
"Once I gave a banquet for a group of my enemies. Not a single one of them saw me season the soup, of course, and the Issens are very observant when it comes to that sort of thing."
"Didn't they get suspicious when you did not eat any soup?"
Velvet asked curiously.
"Oh, but I did, Lysel. I'd spent an entire week dosing myself with the antidote."
He shuddered.
"Vile tasting stuff, as I recall. The poison itself was quite tasty. A number of my guests even complimented me on the soup before they left."
He sighed.
"Ah, those were the good old days," he mourned.
"I think we can reminisce later on," Belgarath said. "Let's see if we can reach those hills before the sun gets much higher." The soldiers' encampment was silent, except for an occasional snore. The troops were all smiling happily as they slept. The following night was cloudy, and the air smelled strongly of incipient rain. Geryon and Belgarath had no trouble finding the encampments of the soldiers in their path, and a few overheard snatches of conversation revealed the fact that these troops were members of the royal army of Peldane, and further, that they were approaching the impending battle with a great deal of reluctance. About morning, Geryon and his grandfather trotted back to rejoin the others with Polgara ghosting just above them on silent wings. "A sound is still a sound,"
Dernick was saying stubbornly to Belden. The two were riding side by side.
"But if there's nobody to hear it, how can we call it a sound?" Belden argued.
Belgarath shook himself into his own form.
"The noise in the woods again, Belden," he said in a tone of profound disgust.
The hunchback shrugged.
"You've got to start somewhere." "Can't you think of anything new? After we argued the question for 1,000 years, I thought you might have gotten tired of it."
"What's this?" Polgara asked, walking through the tall grass to join them in the shadowless light of dawn.
"Belden and Dernick are discussing a very tired old philosophical question," Belgarath snorted. "If there is a noise in the woods, and there's nobody around to hear it, is it really a noise?"
"Well, of course it is," she replied calmly.
"Well, how did you reach that conclusion?" Belden demanded.
"Because there is no such thing as an empty place, Uncle. There are always creatures around, wild animals, mice, insects, birds, and they can all hear."
"Oh, but what if they weren't? What if the woods are truly empty?"
Why waste your time talking about an impossibility?" He stared at her in frustration.
"Not only that,"
Zenedra added, just a bit smugly.
"you're talking about woods, so there are trees there. Trees can hear too, you know."
He glared at her.
"Why are you all taking sides against me?"
"Because you are wrong, Uncle," Bulgara smiled.
"Wrong, Bulgara?" he spluttered. "Me?"
"It happens to everybody once in a while. Why don't we all have some breakfast?" The sun rose while they were eating, and Belgarath looked up, squinting into the morning rays.
"We haven't seen any soldiers since midnight,
and all we have seen so far are troops of the army of Peldane.
They're not really anything to worry about, so I think it's safe to ride on a little farther this morning."
He looked at Silk.
"How far is it to the border of Darshiva?"
"Not really all that far, but we haven't been making very good time. It's spring, so the nights are getting shorter, and we lose time when we have to circle around these troops." He frowned. "We might have a bit of a problem at the border, though. We're going to have to cross the River Magan, and if everyone has fled the area, we could have some trouble finding a boat."
"Is the Magan really as big as they say?" Tzadi asked.
"It's the biggest river in the world. It runs for 1,000 leagues and more, and it is so wide that you cannot see the far shore."
Durnik rose to his feet. "I want to check over the horses before we go any farther. We've been riding them in the dark. That's always a little dangerous, but I don't want any of them pulling up lame."
Ariond and Toth also rose, and the three of them went through the tall grass to the place where the horses were picketed.
"I'll go on ahead," Peldane said. "Even if the troops are Peldanes, we still don't need any surprises."
He changed form and flew off toward the west, spiraling up into the cloudless morning sky. Garion stretched his legs out in front of him and leaned back on his elbows.
"You must be tired,"
Zenedra said, sitting beside him and touching his face tenderly. "Oh, wolves don't really get that tired," he told her. "I get the feeling that I could run for a week if I really had to."
"Well, you don't have to, so don't even consider it."
"Yes, dear." Tzadi had risen to his feet with his red leather case in his hands.
"As long as we are stopped, I think I'll find something to feed Zith."
A small frown touched his brow.
"You know, Lissel," he said to Velvet, "I think you were right back in Zamad. She definitely looks as if she's gained a few ounces."
"Put her on a diet,"
the blonde girl suggested.
"I'm not sure about that," he smiled. "It's very hard to explain to a snake why you are starving her, and I would not want her to get cross with me."
They rode out not long afterward, following Toth's gestured directions.
"He says that we can probably find a village south of the big town on the river," Durnik told them.
"Fera," Silk supplied.
"I suppose so. I haven't looked at a map for a while. Anyway, he says that there are quite a few villages on this side where we might be able to hire a boat to get us across to Darshiva."
"That's assuming that they aren't all deserted," Silk added.
Durnik shrugged. "We'll never know till we get there."
It was a warm morning, and they rode across the rolling grasslands of southern Peldane under cloudless skies. About mid-morning, Ariond rode forward and fell in beside Garion.
"Do you think Bulgara would mind if you and I took a little gallop? Maybe to that hill over there?"
He pointed at a large knoll off to the north.
"Oh, she probably would," Garion said. "Unless we can come up with a good reason." "You don't think she'd accept the idea that Horse and Gretchen need to run once in a while?"
"Ariond, you've known her for a long time. Do you really think she'd listen if we tried to tell her that?"
Ariond sighed.
"No, I suppose not.
Geryon squinted at the hilltop.
We really ought to keep an eye out to the north, though, he said thoughtfully. That's where the trouble's going to break out. We sort of need to know what's happening up there, don't we? That hilltop would be a perfect place to have a look. Well, that's very true, Belgarian. It's not as if we'd actually be lying to her. I wouldn't dream of lying to her. Of course not. Neither would I.
The two young men grinned at each other. I'll tell Belgarath where we're going, Geryon said.
We'll let him explain it to her. He's the perfect one to do it,
Ariond agreed. Geryon dropped back and touched his half-dozing grandfather's shoulder.
Ariond and I are going to ride over to that hill,
he said.
I want to see if there are any signs that the fighting's started yet.
What? Oh, a good idea.
Belgarath yawned and closed his eyes again. Geryon motioned to Ariond, and the two of them trotted off into the tall grass at the side of the trail.
Geryon,
Belgarath called.
Where are you going?
Grandfather can explain it, Aunt Paul, he shouted back.
We'll catch up again in just a bit.
He looked at Ariond.
Now, let's get out of earshot in a hurry.
They went north, first at a gallop, and then at a dead run with the grass whipping at their horses' legs. The chestnut and the gray matched stride for stride, plunging along with their heads thrust far forward, and their hooves pounding on the thick turf. Geryon leaned forward in his saddle, surrendering to the flow and surge of Chrétien's muscles. Both he and Ariond were laughing with delight when they reined in on the hilltop.
That was good,
Geryon said, swinging down from his saddle.
We don't get the chance to do that very often anymore, do we?
Not often enough, Ariond agreed, also dismounting.
You managed to arrange it very diplomatically, Belgarian.
Well, of course. Diplomacy is what kings do best.
Do you think we fooled her?
Us? Geryon laughed. Fool, Aunt Paul? Be serious, Ariond.
I suppose you're right.
Ariond made a wry face.
She'll probably scold us, won't she?
Inevitably. But the ride was worth a scolding, wasn't it? Ariond smiled. Then he looked around, and his smile faded.
Belgarian,
he said sadly, pointing to the north. Geryon looked. Tall columns of black smoke rose along the horizon.
It looks as if it started, he said bleakly. Yes,
Ariond sighed.
Why do they have to do that?
Geryon crossed his arms on Chrétien's saddle and leaned his chin pensively on them.
Pride, I suppose, he replied. And the hunger for power. Revenge, too, sometimes, I guess. Once in Arindia, Malloreon said that very often it's because people just don't know how to stop it, once it's started. But it's also senseless. Of course it is. Errands aren't the only stupid people on the earth. Any time you have two people who both want the same thing badly enough, you're going to have a fight. If the two people have enough followers, they call it a war. If a couple of ordinary men have that kind of disagreement, there might be a broken nose and some missing teeth, but when you start getting armies involved, people get killed. Are you and Zakath going to have a war, then?
It was a troubling question, and Geryon wasn't sure he knew the answer.
I don't really know,
he admitted.
He wants to rule the world,
Ariond pointed out.
And you don't want him to. Isn't that the sort of thing that starts a war?
Well, it's awfully hard to say, Geryon replied sadly.
Maybe if we hadn't left Malzeth when we did, I might have been able to bring him around. But we had to leave, so I lost the chance, he sighed. I think it's finally going to be up to him. Maybe he has changed enough so that he will abandon the whole idea. But then again, maybe he hasn't. You can never tell with a man like Zakath. I hope he's given up the notion. I don't want a war. Not with anybody. But I'm not going to bow to him either. The world was not meant to be ruled by one man, and certainly not by somebody like Zakath. But you like him, don't you? Yes, I do. I wish I could have met him before Taur Urgas ruined his life.
He paused, and his face grew set.
No. There's a man I'd rather cheerfully have gone to war with. He contaminated the whole world just by living in it. But it wasn't really his fault. He was insane, and that excuses him. You are a very forgiving young man, Ariand. Well, isn't it easier to forgive than to hate? Until we learn how to forgive, that sort of thing is going to keep on happening.
He pointed at the tall pillars of smoke rising to the north.
Hate is a sterile thing, Belgarian.
I know, Garion sighed.
I hated Torak. But in the end, I guess I forgave him. More out of pity than anything else. I still had to kill him, though. What do you think the world would be like if people did not kill each other anymore? Nicer, probably. Why don't we fix it that way, then?
You and I, Garion laughed, all by ourselves?
Why not? Because it's impossible, Ariand. I thought you and Belgarath had settled the issue of impossible a long time ago.
Garion laughed again.
Yes, I suppose we did. All right, let's drop impossible. Would you accept extremely difficult instead? Nothing that's really worthwhile should be easy, Belgarian. If it's easy, we don't value it. But I'm certain we'll be able to find an answer.
He said it with such shining confidence in his face that for a moment Garion actually believed that the wild notion might indeed be feasible. Then he looked out at the ugly columns of smoke again, and the hope died.
I suppose we should go back and let the others know what's happening out there.
It was about noon when Peldane returned.
There's another detachment of troops about a mile ahead, he told Belgarath. 12 or so.
Are they going toward that battle to the north?
No, I'd say this particular group is running away from it. They look as if they were fairly well mauled recently.
Could you tell which side they are on?
Well, it doesn't really matter, Belgarath. A man gives up his allegiances when he deserts.
Sometimes. You are so clever, you make me sick.
Why don't you have Paul mix you up something to cure it?
How long has that been going on?
Velvet asked Bolgara.
And which was that, dear? That constant wrangling between those two.
Polgara closed her eyes and sighed.
You wouldn't believe it, Lizelle. Sometimes I think it started at about the beginning of time.
The soldiers they encountered were wary, even frightened. They stood their ground, however, with their hands on their weapons. Silk made a quick motion to Garion, and the two of them rode forward at an unthreatening walk. "Good day, gentlemen," Silk greeted them conversationally. "What in the world is happening around here?"
"You mean you haven't heard?" a wiry fellow with a bloody bandage around his head asked.
"I haven't found anybody to tell me," Silk replied. "What happened to all of the people who used to live in this part of Peldane? We haven't seen a soul in the last 4 days."
"They all fled," the bandaged man told him. "The ones who were still alive did, at any rate."
"What were they fleeing from?"
"Xanthramos," the fellow replied with a shudder. "Her army marched into Peldane about a month ago. We tried to stop them, but they had Grolems with them, and ordinary troops can't do much against Grolems."
"Oh, that's the truth, certainly. What's all that smoke up to the north?
There's a battle going on.
The soldier sat down on the ground and began to unwind the blood-stained bandage from around his head.
It's not like any battle I've ever seen,
another soldier supplied. His left arm was in a sling, and he looked as if he had just spent several days lying in the mud.
I've been in a few wars, but nothing like this. When you're a soldier, you take your chances. Swords and arrows and spears and the like, you know. But when they start throwing horrors at me, it begins to feel it's time to find another line of work.
Horrors? Silk asked him.
There's got demons with 'em, friend. Both sides of 'em has. Monstrous big demons, with snaky arms and fangs and claws and such like.
Oh, but you're not serious.
I've seen 'em. With mine own eyes. You ever seen a man get ate alive? Makes your hair stand on end, it does.
I don't quite follow this, Silk confessed. Who is involved in this battle? I mean, ordinary armies don't keep tame demons with them to help with the fighting.
That's the honest truth, the muddy man agreed. And ordinary soldiers like to leave the service if they expect him to march alongside something that looks at him as if he was something to eat. I never did get the straight of it, though.
He looked at the man with the wounded head.
Did you ever find out who was fighting, Corporal?
The corporal was wrapping a clean bandage around his head.
The captain told us before he got killed, he said.
Maybe you had better start at the beginning, Silk said. I am a little confused about this.
Like I told you, the corporal said. About a month ago, the Darshivans and their Grolums invaded Peldane. Me and my men are in the Royal Army of Peldane, so we tried to hold them back. We slowed them some on the east bank of the Megan, but then the Grolums come at us. We had to retreat. Then we heard that there was another army coming down out the north. Terrans and soldiers in armor and more Grolums. We figured that we was really in for it at that point. But as it turns out, this new army isn't connected with the Darshivans. Seems it's working for some odd Grolum way off in the west. Well, this Grolum, he sets up along the coast and don't come inland at all. It's like he's waiting for something. We had our hands full with the Darshivans, so we wasn't too interested in what it was he was waiting for. We was doing a lot of what our officers called maneuvering, which is officer talk for running away.
I take it that the Grolum finally decided to come inland after all, Silk observed.
He sure did, friend. He surely did. It was just a few days ago when he struck inland just as straight as a tight string. Either he knew exactly where he was going or he was following something. I don't know exactly which. Anyway, the Darshivans, they stopped chasing us and rushed in to try and block his way. That's when he called in the demons Verk he was talking about. At first the demons charged right through the Darshivans, but then their Grolums, or maybe it was Sandra Moss herself, they conjured up their demons. And that's when the big fight commenced. The demons, they went at each other for all they was worth, and they trampled over anybody unlucky enough to get in the way. There we was, caught right in the middle of it and all, and getting trampled on by first one set of demons, then the other. That's when me and Verk and these others put our heads together and decided to find out what the weather's like in Gandahar.
It's hot there this time of year, Silk told him.
Well, not near as hot as it is north of here, friend. You ever see a demon breathe fire? I've seen one of them armored soldiers get roasted alive right inside his chainmail. And then the demon picked him out of his armor piece by piece and ate him while he was still smoking.
The corporal knotted the ends of his fresh bandage.
Well, that ought to hold it,
he said, rising to his feet again. He looked up into the noon sky, squinting slightly.
We can make some miles before the sun goes down, Verk,
he said to his muddy friend.
Get the men ready to march. If that battle starts to spread out, we could get caught in the middle of it again, and none of us wants that.
I'll do it, Corporal, Verk replied. The corporal looked at Silk again. His eyes narrowed appraisingly.
You and your friends are welcome to come along. A few men on horseback might be an help in case we run into trouble.
Oh, thanks all the same, Corporal, Silk declined. But I think we'll ride over to the Magan and see if we can find a boat. We could be at the mouth of the river in a week or so.
I'll advise riding hard then, my friend. Demons can run awful fast when they're hungry.
Silk nodded. Good luck in Gandahar, Corporal.
I think I'll stop being a corporal, the fellow said ruefully. Well, the pay wasn't bad, but the work's getting dangerouser and dangerouser. All the pay in the world won't do a man much good if he takes up residence inside a demon.
He turned to his friend.
Let's move out, Verk, he ordered.
Silk wheeled his horse and rode back to where the others were waiting, Geryon close behind him. It's more or less what we thought, the little man reported, dismounting. The battle up north is between Urvan and Sandramos, and both sides have demons now. She went that far? Polgara asked incredulously. Oh, she didn't really have that much choice, Polgara, Silk told her. Nahaz was leading his hordes of demons into the ranks of her troops, and her army was being decimated. She had to do something to stop him. Being captured by a demon is no joke, not even for the Child of Dark.
All right, Dernick said soberly. What do we do now?
The corporal in charge of those troops made an interesting suggestion, Silk told him.
Oh? What was that?
He recommended that we get out of Peldane as fast as we possibly can.
The corporals usually have good sense, Dernick noted. Why don't we follow his advice?
Oh, I was hoping someone would say that, Silk agreed. Chapter 12. Vela was feeling melancholy. It was an unusual emotion for her, but she found she rather liked it. There was much to be said for sweet, languorous sadness. She went with quiet dignity through the stately marble-clad corridors of the palace in Boktor, and everyone gave way to her pensive expression. She chose not to consider the fact that her daggers may have played a certain part in this universal respect. In point of fact, Vela had not drawn a dagger on anyone for almost a week now, the last having been a slightly over-familiar serving man who had mistaken her bluff camaraderie for an offer of a more intimate friendship. But she had not hurt him very much, and he had forgiven her almost before the bleeding had stopped. Her destination that early morning was the sitting room of the Queen of Drasnia. In many ways, Queen Porin baffled Vela. She was petite and imperturbable. She carried no daggers, and seldom raised her voice, but all of Drasnia and the other Elorn kingdoms held her in universal regard. Vela herself, not knowing exactly why, had acceded to the tiny queen's suggestion that she should customarily garb herself in gowns of lavender satin. A gown is a cumbersome thing that tangles up one's legs and confines one's bosom. Always before, Vela had preferred black leather trousers, boots, and a leather vest. The garb was comfortable and utilitarian. It was sturdy, and yet it provided opportunities for Vela to display her attributes to those whom she wished to impress. Then, on special occasions, she had customarily donned an easily discardable wool dress and a fine diaphanous undergown of rose-colored Malloreon silk that clung to her as she danced. Satin, on the other hand, rustled disturbingly, but felt good against her skin, and it made Vela uncomfortably aware of the fact that there was more to being a woman than a couple of pair of daggers and a willingness to use them. She tapped lightly on Porin's door. "Yes?" Porin's voice came to her. Did the woman never sleep? "It's me, Porin, Vela." "Come in, child." Vela set her teeth. She was not, after all, a child. She had been abroad in the world since her 12th birthday. She had been sold and bought a half-dozen times, and she had been married for a brief, deliriously happy year to a lean Nedrak trapper named Tak, whom she had loved to distraction. Porin, however, seemed to prefer to look upon her as some half-gentled colt in sore need of training. In spite of herself, that thought softened Vela's resentment. The little blonde queen of Drasnia had, in some strange way, become the mother she had never known, and thoughts of daggers and of being bought and sold slid away under the influence of that wise, gentle voice.
"Good morning, Vela,"
Porin said as the Nadrak girl entered her room.
"Would you like some tea?"
Although the queen always wore black in public, her dressing gown that morning was of the palest rose, and she looked somehow very vulnerable in that soft color.
"Hello, Porin,"
Vela said.
"No tea, thanks."
She flung herself into a chair beside the blonde queen's divan.
"Don't flop, Vela,"
Porin told her.
"Ladies don't flop." "I'm not a lady." "Not yet, perhaps, but I'm working on it." "Why are you wasting your time on me, Porin?" "Nothing worthwhile is ever a waste of time." "Me? Worthwhile?" "More than you could possibly know. You are early this morning. Is something troubling you?" "I haven't been able to sleep. I've been having the strangest dreams lately." "Don't let dreams bother you, child. Dreams are sometimes the past, sometimes the future, but mostly they are only that. Dreams." "Please don't call me child, Porin,"
Vela objected.
"I think if we got right down to it, I'm almost as old as you are."
"In years, perhaps, but years are not the only way to measure time." There was a discreet rap at the door.
"Yes?"
Porin replied.
"It's me, your majesty,"
a familiar voice said.
"Come in, Margrave Kendon,"
the queen said. Javelin had not changed since Vela had last seen him. He was still bone-thin and aristocratic, and had a sardonically amused twist to his lips. He wore, as was his custom, a pearl-gray doublet and tight-fitting black hose. His skinny shanks were not shown to any particular advantage by the latter. He bowed rather extravagantly.
"Your majesty,"
he greeted the queen.
"And my lady Vela."
"Don't be insulting, Javelin,"
Vela retorted.
"I don't have a title, so don't my lady me."
"Haven't you told her yet?"
Javelin mildly asked the queen.
"I am saving it for her birthday." "What is this?"
Vela demanded.
"Be patient, dear,"
Porin told her.
"You will find out about your title all in due time." "I don't need a Drasnian title."
"Everybody needs a title, dear, even if it is only ma'am."
"Has she always been like this?"
Vela bluntly asked the chief of Drasnian intelligence.
"She was a little more ingenuous when she still had her baby teeth,"
Javelin replied urbanely.
"but she got to be more fun when she developed her fangs."
"Be nice, Kendon,"
Porin told him.
"How was Rakurga?"
"Ugly. But then, most Murgo cities are."
"And how is King Urquit?"
"Newly married, your majesty, and a little distracted by the novelty of it."
Porin made a face.
"I didn't send a gift,"
she fretted.
"I took the liberty of attending to that, your majesty,"
Javelin said.
"A rather nice silver service I picked up in Tolhanath, at a bargain price, of course. I have this limited budget, you understand."
She gave him a long, unfriendly look.
"I left the bill with your chamberlain,"
he added, with not even the faintest trace of embarrassment.
"How are the negotiations going?"
"Surprisingly well, my queen. The king of the Murgos seems not to have yet succumbed to the hereditary disorder of the House of Urga. He is very shrewd, actually."
"I somehow thought he might be,"
Porin replied, just a bit smugly.
"You are keeping secrets, Porin,"
Javelin accused.
"Yes, women do that from time to time. Are the Malloreon agents in the Drojum keeping abreast of things?"
"Oh, yes,"
Javelin smiled.
Sometimes we have to be a little bit obvious in order to make sure that they're getting the point. But they are more or less fully aware of the progress of the negotiations. We seem to be making them a bit apprehensive.
You made good time on your return voyage.
Javelin shuddered slightly. King Oneg put a ship at our disposal. Her captain is that pirate, Graldic. I made the mistake of telling him that I was in a hurry. The passage through the bore was ghastly.
There was another polite knock at the door.
Yes,
Poran answered.
A servant opened the door.
The Nadrak Yablek is here again, Your Majesty, he reported. Oh, show him in, please.
Yablek had a tight look on his face that Vela recognized all too well. Her owner was, in many respects, a transparent man. He pulled off his shabby fur cap.
Good morning, Poran,
he said, without ceremony, tossing the cap into a corner.
Have you got anything to drink? I've been in the saddle for 5 days, and I'm perishing of thirst.
Over there.
Poran pointed at a sideboard near the window. Yablek grunted, crossed the room, and filled a large goblet from a crystal decanter. He took a long drink.
Javelin, he said then. Have you got any people in your Nadrak?
A few, Javelin admitted cautiously.
You'd better have them keep an eye on Drosta. He's up to something.
He's always up to something.
That's no lie. But this might be a little more serious. He has reopened the lines of communication with Malzeth. He and Zakath have not been on speaking terms since he changed sides at Turlmardu. But now they are talking again. I don't like the smell of it.
Are you sure? None of my people have reported it.
They are probably in the palace then. Drosta doesn't conduct serious business there. Have them go to a riverside tavern in the Thieves' Quarter. It's called the One-Eyed Dog. Drosta goes there to amuse himself. The emissary from Malzeth's been meeting with him in an upstairs room there. That's when Drosta can drag himself away from the girls.
I'll put some people on it right away. Could you get any idea at all of what they are discussing?
Yablek shook his head and dropped wearily into a chair. Drosta has ordered his guards to keep me out of the place.
He looked at Vela.
You're looking a little pecky this morning, he observed. Did you drink too much last night?
I almost never get drunk anymore, she told him.
I knew it was a mistake to leave you here in Bakhtar,
he said glumly.
Poran is a corrupting influence. Did you get over your irritation with me yet?
I suppose so. It's not really your fault that you're stupid.
Thanks.
He looked her up and down appraisingly.
I like the dress. Makes you look more like a woman for a change.
Did you ever have any doubts, Yablek?
She asked him archly. Addis, the chief eunuch in the palace of Eternal Salmistra, received the summons early that morning, and he approached the throne room with fear and trembling. The queen had been in a peculiar mood of late, and Addis painfully remembered the fate of his predecessor. He entered the dimly lit throne room and prostrated himself before the dais. "The chief eunuch approaches the throne," the adoring chorus intoned in unison. Even though he himself had been until recently a member of that chorus, Addis found their mouthing of the obvious irritating. The queen dozed on her divan, her mottled coils moving restlessly with the dry hiss of scales rubbing against each other. She opened her soulless serpent's eyes and looked at him, her forked tongue flickering.
"Well?"
she said peevishly, in the dusty whisper that always chilled his blood.
"You summoned me, divine Salmistra?" he faltered. "I'm aware of that, you idiot. Do not irritate me, Addis. I'm on the verge of going into molt. and that always makes me short-tempered. I asked you to find out what the Elorns are up to. I'm waiting for your report.
I haven't been able to find out very much, my queen.
That is not the answer. I wanted to hear, Addis,
she told him dangerously.
Is it possible that the duties of your office are beyond your capabilities?
Addis began to tremble violently. I've sent for Droblek, your majesty, the Trasnian Port Authority, here in Stevie Store. I thought he might be able to shed some light on this situation.
Perhaps so.
Her tone was distant, and she gazed at her reflection in the mirror.
Summon the Tonedran ambassador as well. Whatever the Elorns are doing in Tolmurgos also involves Varana.
Forgive me, divine Salmisra, Addis said, feeling a trifle confused. But why should the activities of the Elorns and Tonedrans concern us? She swung her head about slowly, her sinuous neck weaving in the air.
Are you a total incompetent, Addis? She asked him. We may not like it, but Nyissa is part of the world, and we must always know what our neighbors are doing, and why.
She paused, her tongue nervously tasting the air.
There is a game of some kind afoot, and I want to find out exactly what it is before I decide whether or not to become involved in it.
She paused again.
Have you ever found out what happened to that one-eyed fellow, Isis?
Yes, your majesty. He was recruited by Trasnian intelligence. At last report, he was in Rakarga with the Elorn negotiators.
How very curious. I think this entire business is reaching the point where I must have detailed information. And very, very soon. Do not fail me, Addis. Your position is not all that secure, you know. Now, you may kiss me.
She lowered her head, and he stumbled to the dais to touch his cringing lips to her cold forehead.
Very well, Addis, she said. Leave now.
And she went back to gazing at her reflection in the mirror. King Nethel of Mishrakachtul was a slack-lipped, dull-eyed young man with lank, mud-colored hair and a profound lack of anything even remotely resembling intelligence. His royal robes were spotted and wrinkled, and his crown did not fit him. It rested atop his ears and quite often slid down over his eyes. Agachak, the cadaverous hierarch of Rak-Urgo, could not stand the young king of the Tulls, but he forced himself to be civil during their current discussions. Civility was not one of Agachak's strong points. He much preferred peremptory commands, backed up by threats of dreadful retribution for failure to comply. But a careful assessment of Nethel's personality had persuaded him that the young Tull would collapse on the spot if he were suddenly given any kind of threat or ultimatum. And so it was that Agachak was forced to rely on cajolery and wheedling instead.
The prophecy clearly states, your majesty,
he tried again,
that whichever king accompanies me to the place of the meeting will become over-king of all Engarak.
Does that mean I get Tolmurgos and Karag Nadrak too?
Nethel asked, a faint glimmer coming into his uncomprehending eyes.
Absolutely, Your Majesty,
Agachak assured him.
and Malloreon as well.
Won't that make Kalzakat unhappy with me? I would not want him to feel that way. He had my father flogged once, did you know that? He was going to crucify him, but there weren't any trees around.
Yes, I had heard about that. But you don't have to worry. The Goth would have to genuflect to you.
Zakath? Genuflect to me?
Nathal laughed. It was a sound frighteningly devoid of thought.
He would have no choice, Your Majesty. If he were to refuse, the new god would blast him to atoms on the spot.
What's an atom?
Agachak ground his teeth.
A very small piece, Your Majesty, he explained.
I would not mind making Urgot and Drosta bow to me,
Nathal confessed.
but I don't know about Zakath. Urgot and Drosta think they're so smart. I'd like to take them down a peg or two. Zakath, though, I don't know about that.
His eyes brightened again.
That means I'd get all the gold in Tol Murgos and Gorog Nadrak, doesn't it? And I could make them dig it out of the ground for me, too.
His crown slipped down over his eyes again, and he tilted his head back so that he could peer out from under its rim.
And you would get all the gold in Malloreon, too, and the jewels, and the silks, and carpets, and they'd even give you your own elephant to ride.
What's an elephant?
It's a very large animal, Your Majesty.
Bigger than a horse, even?
Much bigger. Besides, you'd also get Tornetra, and you know how much money they have got. You would be the king of the world.
Even bigger than an ox? I have seen some awfully big oxes sometimes.
10 times as big.
Nathal smiled happily.
I bet that would make people sit up and take notice.
Absolutely, Your Majesty.
What is it I have to do again?
You must go with me to the place which is no more.
That's the part I don't understand. How can we go there if it's not there anymore?
The prophecy will reveal that to us in time, Your Majesty.
Oh, I see. Have you got any idea about where it is?
The clues I have been getting indicate that it is somewhere in Malloreon.
Nathal's face suddenly fell.
No, that's a real shame, he said petulantly.
I don't quite...
I'd really like to go with you, Agachak, truly I would. What with all the gold and the carpets and the silks and stuff, and making Urgot and Drosta, maybe even Zakath bow to me and all, but I just can't.
I don't understand. Why not?
I'm not allowed to leave home. My mother would punish me something awful if I did. You know how that goes. I couldn't even think of going as far away as Malloreon.
But you are the king.
That doesn't change a thing. I still do what Mother says. She tells everybody that I'm the best boy ever when it comes to that.
Agachak resisted a powerful urge to change this half-wit into a toad, or perhaps a jellyfish.
Why don't I talk with your mother?
He suggested.
I'm sure I can persuade her to give you her permission.
Why, that's a real good idea, Agachak. If Mother says it's all right, I'll go with you quick as lightning.
Good,
Agachak said, turning.
Oh, Agachak?
Nathal's voice sounded puzzled.
Yes.
What's a prophecy?
They had gathered at Vomandor, far from the watchful eyes of their kings, to discuss something that was very private and very urgent. It was also just a trifle on the disobedient side, and there is a very ugly word men use to describe those who disobey their kings. Barak was there, and also Hetar, Mandoralan, and Leldoran. Relg had just arrived from Meragor, and Barak's son, Unrak, sat on a high-backed bench by the window. The Earl of Trelheim cleared his throat by way of calling them to order. They had gathered in the tower of Mandoralen's keep, and the golden autumn sunlight streamed in through the arched window. Berak was huge and resplendent in a green velvet doublet. His red beard was combed, and his hair was braided.
"All right," he rumbled. "Let's get started. Mandoralen, are you sure the stairway leading up here is guarded? I wouldn't want anybody to overhear us." "Of a certainty, my Lord Trelheim," the great knight replied earnestly. "I vouchsafe it upon my life to thee." Mandoralen wore mail, and his silver-trimmed blue surcoat.
"A simple yes would have been enough, Malloreon," Berak sighed. "Now," he continued briskly, "we have been forbidden to ride along with Geryon and the others, right?" "That's what Sarada said at Rehan," Hetar replied softly. He wore his usual black horsehide, and his scalp-lock was caught in a silver ring. He lounged in a chair with his long legs thrust far out in front of him.
"All right, then," Berak continued. "We can't go with them. But there is nothing to stop us from going to Malloria on business of our own, is there?"
"What kind of business?"
Leldaran asked blankly.
"Well, think of something. I've got a ship. We'll run on down to Torhanath, load her with cargo of some kind. Then we'll go to Malloria and do some trading."
"How do you plan to get the seabird? Across to the Sea of the East?" Hetar asked. "That could be a long portage, don't you think?"
Berak winked broadly.
"I've got a map," he said. "We could sail around the southern end of Tulmurgos and right on into the eastern sea. From there to Malloria is nothing at all."
"I thought the Murkos were very secretive about maps of their coastline," Leldaran said, a frown creasing his open young face.
"They are,"
Berak grinned.
"But Javelin's been in Rahoga, and he managed to steal one."
"How did you get it away from Javelin?" Hetar asked. "He is even more secretive than the Murkos."
"He sailed back to Boktor, aboard Greldig's ship. Javelin's not a good sailor, so he wasn't feeling very well. Greldig pinched the map and had his cartographer make a copy. Javelin never even knew he had been robbed."
"The plan is excellent, my lord," Mandoralen said gravely. "But methinks I detect a flaw."
"Oh?"
"As all the world knows, Malloria is a vast continent, thousands of leagues across and even more thousands from the south to the polar ice of the far north. It could well take us our lifetimes to locate our friends, for I perceive that to be the thrust of thy proposal." Berak slyly laid one finger aside his nose.
"I was just coming to that. When we were in Boktor, I got Yarblik drunk. He's shrewd enough when he's sober, but once you get half a keg of ale into him, he gets talkative. I asked him a few questions about the operation of the business that he and Silk are running in Malloria, and I got some very useful answers. It seems that the two of them have offices in every major city in Malloria, and those officers keep in constant touch with each other. No matter what else he's doing, Silk's going to keep an eye on his business interests. Every time he gets near one of those offices, he finds some excuse to stop by to see how many millions that he has made in the past week."
"That is Silk, all right," Hetar agreed.
"All we have to do is drop anchor in some Mallorean seaport and look up the little thief's office. His people will know approximately where he is, and where Silk is. You're going to find the others."
"My lord," Mandoralen apologized, "I have wronged thee. Canst thou forgive me for underestimating thy shrewdness?"
"Perfectly all right, Mandoralen," Berak replied magnanimously.
"But," Leldaran protested, "we are still forbidden to join Geryon and the others."
"Truly," Mandoralen agreed.
We may not approach them lest we doom their quest to failure."
"I think I've got that part worked out too," the big man said. "We can't ride along with them. But Sorceress did not say anything about how far we have to stay away from them, did she? All we are going to be doing is minding our own business. A league or so away, or maybe a mile. We'll be close enough so that if they get into any kind of trouble, we'll be able to lend a hand, and then be on our way again. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?"
Mandoralen's face came suddenly alight.
"'Tis a duty, my lord," he exclaimed. "A moral obligation. The gods look with great disfavor upon those who fail to come to the aid of travelers in peril."
"Somehow, I knew you'd see it that way," Beric said, slapping his friend on the shoulder with one huge hand.
"Sophistry,"
Relg said, with a note of finality in his harsh voice. The Ulgo zealot now wore a tunic that looked very much like the one Dernick customarily wore. His once pale skin was now sun-browned, and he no longer wore a cloth across his eyes. The years of working out of doors near the house he had built for Taiba and their horde of children had gradually accustomed his skin and eyes to sunlight.
"What do you mean, sophistry?"
Beric protested.
"Just what I said, Beric. The gods look at our intent, not our clever excuses. You want to go to Malloreon to aid Belgarian. We all do. But don't try to fool the gods with these trumped-up stories."
They all stared at the zealot helplessly.
"But it was such a good plan,"
Beric said plaintively.
"Very good," Relg agreed. "But it's disobedient, and disobedience of the gods and of prophecy is sin." "Sin again, Relg?" Beric said in disgust. "I thought you had gotten over that."
"Not entirely, no."
Beric's son Unrak, who at 14 was already as big as a grown man, rose to his feet. He wore a mail shirt and had a sword belted at his side. His hair was flaming red, and his downy beard had already begun to cover his cheeks.
"Let's see if I've got this right," he said.
Unrak's voice no longer cracked and warbled, but had settled into a resonant baritone.
"We have to obey the prophecy, is that it?"
"To the letter," Relg said firmly.
"Then I have to go to Malloreon,"
Unrak said.
"That went by a little fast,"
his father said to him.
"It's not really all that complicated, father. I'm the hereditary protector of the heir to the Riven throne, aren't I?"
"He's got a point there," Hetar said.
"Go ahead, Unrak.
Tell us what you have got in mind."
"Well,"
the young man said, blushing slightly under the scrutiny of his elders.
"If Prince Garen's in Malloreon and in danger, I have to go there. The prophecy says so. Now, I don't know where he is, so I'm going to have to follow King Belgarian until he finds his son, so that I can protect him."
Beric grinned broadly at his son.
"But," Unrak added, "I'm a little inexperienced at this protection business, so I might need a little guidance. Do you suppose, father, that I might be able to persuade you and your friends to come with me? Just to keep me from making any mistakes, you understand."
Hetar rose and shook Beric's hand.
"Congratulations," he said simply.
"Well, Relg," Beric said, "does that satisfy your sense of propriety?"
Relg considered it.
Yes," he said. "As a matter of fact, I think it does."
Then he grinned, the first grin Beric had ever seen on his harsh face.
"When do we leave?" he asked.
His Imperial Majesty, Kalzakath of Malloreon, stood at a window in a high tower in Magaren, looking out at the broad expanse of the great river Magan. A huge armada of rivercraft of all sizes dotted the surface of the river upstream of the city, and moved down, in orderly progression, to the wharves where the imperial regiments waited to embark.
"Have you had any further news?"
the Emperor asked.
"Things are a bit chaotic down there, Your Imperial Majesty,"
Brador, the brown-robed chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs, reported.
"But it appears that the major confrontation between Irvan and Xandremas is going to take place in Peldane. Irvan has been moving down from the north, and Xandremas annexed Peldane last month to put a buffer between him and Darshiva. She's been rushing her forces into Peldane to meet him."
"What's your assessment, Ateska?" Zakath asked. General Ateska rose and went to the map hanging on the wall. He studied it for a moment, then stabbed one blunt finger at it.
"Here, Your Majesty, the town of Thera. We moved down in force and occupied that place. It's a logical forward base of operations. The River Magan is about 15 miles wide at that point, and it shouldn't be too difficult to interdict any further movement across it from Darshiva. That will eliminate Xandremas's reinforcements. Irvan will have numerical superiority when they meet, and he will crush her army. He will take casualties, though. Both sides are fanatics, and they will fight to the death. After he wipes out Xandremas's army, he will stop to lick his wounds. That's when we should hit him. He'll be weakened, and his troops will be exhausted. Ours will be fresh. The outcome ought to be fairly predictable. Then we can cross the Magan and mop up in Darshiva."
"Excellent, Ateska," Zakath said, a faint smile touching his cold lips. "There's a certain ironic charm to your plan. First we have Irvan eliminate Xandremas for us. Then we eliminate him. I like the idea of having the disciple of Torak do my dirty work for me."
"With Your Majesty's permission, I'd like to lead the forward elements and oversee the occupation of Thera," the general said. "Xandremas will almost have to counterattack. Since we'll have cut her army in two, we'll need to fortify the town. I'll also need to put out patrols on the river to keep her from trying to slip her troops into Peldane around our flanks. It's a fairly crucial part of the operation, and I would like to supervise it myself."
"By all means, Ateska," Zakath gave his consent. "I would not really trust anyone else to do it anyway." Ateska bowed.
"Your Majesty is very kind," he said.
"If I may, Your Imperial Majesty," Brador said. "We're getting some disturbing reports from Tolmukos. Our agents there report that there are some very serious negotiations going on between Urgot and the Elons."
"The Murgos and the Elons?" Zakath asked incredulously. "They have hated each other for aeons."
"Perhaps they have found a common cause," Brador suggested delicately.
"Me, you mean?"
"It does seem logical, Your Majesty."
"We have to put a stop to that. I think we'll have to attack the Elons. Give them something close to home to worry about, so they won't have time for any adventures in Tolmurgos." Ateska cleared his throat.
"May I speak bluntly, Your Majesty?"
"I have never heard you speak any other way, Ateska. What is on your mind?"
"Only an idiot tries to fight a war on two fronts, and only a madman tries to fight one on three. You have this war here in Peldane, another in Tolmurgos, and now you are contemplating a third in Aloria. I advise against it in the strongest possible terms."
Zakath smiled wryly. "You are a brave man, Ateska," he said. "I cannot recall the last time somebody called me an idiot and a madman in the same breath."
"I trust Your Majesty will forgive my candor, but that is my honest opinion of the matter.
That is all right, Ateska. Zakath waved one hand, as if brushing it aside. You are here to advise me, not to flatter me. And your plain language definitely got my attention. Very well. We will hold off on going to war with the Elons until we finish up here. I'll go as far as idiocy. Lunacy is something else. The world had enough of that with Tar-Ukas. He began to pace up and down.
Curse you, Bulgarian!
He burst out suddenly.
What are you up to?
Your Majesty,
Bradar interposed diffidently.
Bulgarian isn't in the west. He was seen just last week in Messina.
What is he doing in Messina?
We were not able to determine that, Your Majesty. It's very certain that he left the islands, however. We think that he is somewhere in this general vicinity.
Adding to the confusion, no doubt. Keep an eye out for him, Ateska. I really want to have a long talk with that young man. He stalks through the world like a natural disaster.
I'll make a point of trying to locate him for Your Majesty,
Ateska replied.
Now, with Your Majesty's permission, I would like to go supervise the loading of the troops.
How long is it going to take you to get to Ferra?
Perhaps 3 or 4 days, Your Majesty. I will put the troops to manning the oars.
They won't like that.
They don't have to like it, Your Majesty.
All right. Go ahead. I'll be along a few days behind you. Ateska saluted and turned to go. Oh, by the way, Ateska, Zakath said, as an afterthought, why don't you take a kitten on your way out? He pointed at a number of prowling, half-grown cats on the far side of the room. His own mackerel-striped tabby was perched high on the mantelpiece, with a slightly harried expression on her face.
Ah,
Ateska hesitated.
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude, Your Majesty, but cat fur makes my eyes swell shut, and I think I'll need my eyes during the next few weeks.
Zakath sighed. I understand, Ateska. That will be all. The general bowed and left the room. Zakath considered it. Well, if he won't take a kitten, I suppose we'll have to give him a field marshal's baton instead. But only if this campaign of his is successful, you understand.
Perfectly, Your Majesty,
Bradar murmured. The coronation of the Archduke Otrath as Emperor of Malloria went off quite smoothly. Otrath, of course, was an unmitigated ass, and he had to be led by the hand through the ceremony. When it was over, Zandramas installed him on an ornate throne in the palace at Hemel, and left instructions that he be flattered and fawned over. Then she quietly left. Prince Garin was in the simple room Zandramas had chosen for herself in the temple. A middle-aged Grolim priestess had been watching over him.
He's been very good this morning, Holy Zandramas,
the priestess advised.
Good. Bad. What difference does it make?
Zandramas shrugged.
You can go now. Yes, Holy Priestess.
The middle-aged woman genuflected and left the room. Prince Garin looked at Zandramas with a grave expression on his little face.
You are quiet this morning, Your Highness,
Zandramas said ironically. The child's expression did not change. Though they had been together for over a year, Garin had never shown the slightest sign of affection for her, and perhaps even more disturbing, he had never shown fear either. He held up one of his toys.
"Oh,"
he said.
"Yes,"
she replied.
"I suppose so."
Then, perhaps because his penetrating gaze disturbed her, she crossed the room to stand before her mirror. She pushed back her hood and gazed intently at her reflection. It had not touched her face yet. That was something, at least. She looked with distaste at the whirling, sparkling lights beneath the skin of her hands. Then, quite deliberately, she opened the front of her robe and gazed at her nude reflection. It was spreading. There could be no question about that. Her breasts and belly were also underlaid with those self-same whirling points of light. Garin had come silently up to stand beside her.
"Stars?"
he said, pointing at the mirror.
"Just go play, Garin,"
the Child of Dark told him, closing her robe. Chapter 13. As they rode west that afternoon, they could see a heavy, dark purple cloud bank building up ahead of them, rising higher and higher, and blotting out the blue of the sky. Finally, Dernick rode forward.
"Toth says that we'd better find shelter," he told Belgarath. "These spring storms in this part of the world are savage."
Belgarath shrugged. "I have been rained on before."
"Well, he says that the storm won't last long, but it's going to be very intense. It should blow through by morning. I really think we should listen to him, Belgarath. It's not only the rain and wind. He says that there's usually hail as well, and the hailstones can be as big as apples."
Belgarath peered toward the blue-black clouds towering up into the western sky with lightning bolts staggering down from their centers. "All right," he decided. "We wouldn't be able to go too much farther today anyway. Does he know of any shelter nearby?"
"There's a farm village a league or so ahead," Dernick told him. "If it's like the others we've passed, there won't be anybody there. We ought to be able to find a house with enough roof left to keep the hailstones off our heads."
"Let's aim for there, then. That storm is moving fast. I'll call in Peldane and have him take a look." He lifted his face, and Garion could feel his thought reaching out. They rode at a gallop into a mounting wind that whipped their cloaks about them, and carried with it an unpleasant chill and vagrant splatters of cold rain. When they had crested the hill above the deserted village, they could see the storm front advancing like a wall across the open plain.
"It's going to be close,"
Belgarath shouted above the wind.
"Let's make a run for it."
They plunged down the hill through wildly tossing grass, and then across a broad belt of plowed ground that encircled the village. The place was walled, but the gate was off its hinges, and many houses showed signs of recent fires. They clattered along a rubble-littered street with the wind screaming at them. Garion heard a loud pop, then another, then several more in a growing staccato. "Here comes the hail," he shouted. Velvet suddenly cried out and clutched at her shoulder. Silk, almost without thinking, it seemed, pulled his horse in beside hers and flipped his cloak over her, tinting it protectively with his arm. Peldane stood in the dooryard of a relatively intact house.
"In here," he called urgently. "The stable doors are open. Get the horses inside."
They swung out of their saddles and quickly led their mounts into a cavern-like stable. Then they pushed the doors shut and dashed across the yard to the house. "Did you check the village for people?" Belgarath asked the hunchbacked sorcerer as they entered.
"There's nobody here," Peldane told him, "unless there's another bureaucrat hiding in a cellar somewhere."
The banging sound outside grew louder, until it became a steady roar. Garion looked out the door. Great chunks of ice were streaking out of the sky, and smashing themselves to bits on the cobblestones. The chill grew more intense, moment by moment. "I think we made it just in time." "Close the door, Garion," Polgara told him, "and let's get a fire going." The room into which they had come showed signs of hasty departure. The table and the chairs had been overturned, and there were broken dishes on the floor. Dernick looked around and picked up a stub of candle from the corner. He righted the table, set the candle on a piece of broken plate, and reached for his flint, steel, and tinder. Toth went to the window and opened it. Then he reached out, pulled the shutters closed, and latched them. Dernick's candle guttered a bit, then its flame grew steady, casting a golden glow throughout the room. The smith went to the fireplace. Despite the litter on the floor and the disarray of the furniture, the room was pleasant. The walls had been whitewashed, and the overhead beams were dark and had been neatly adzed square. The fireplace was large, and it had an arched opening. A number of pothooks jutted from its back wall, and a pile of firewood was neatly stacked beside it. It was a friendly kind of place. "All right, gentlemen," Bulgara said to them. "Let's not just stand there. The furniture needs to be put right, and the floor needs to be swept. We'll need more candles, and I'll want to check the sleeping quarters." The fire Dernick had built was catching hold. He gave it a critical look. Satisfied, he rose to his feet.
"I'd better see to the horses," he said. "Do you want the packs in here, Paul?"
"Just the food, and the cooking things for now, dear. But don't you think you should wait until the hail lets up?"
"There's a sort of covered walkway along the side of the house," he replied. "I'd guess that the people who built the place knew about this sort of weather."
He went out with Toth and Ariond close behind him. Garion crossed the room to where Velvet sat on a rude bench with her hand laid protectively over her right shoulder. Her face was pale, and her brow was dewed with sweat. "Are you all right?" he asked her.
"It surprised me, that's all,"
she replied.
"It's nice of you to ask, though."
"Nice my foot!" He was suddenly angry. "You're like a sister to me, Lizelle, and if you let yourself get hurt, I'll take it as a personal insult."
"Yes, Your Majesty,"
she said, her smile suddenly lighting up the room. "Don't play with me, Velvet. Don't try to be brave. If you are hurt, say so."
"It's only a little bruise, Belgarian,"
she protested. Her large brown eyes conveyed a world of sincerity, mostly feigned. "I'll spank you," he threatened.
"Now, that's an interesting notion,"
she laughed. He didn't even think about it. He simply leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. She looked a little surprised.
"Why, Your Majesty,"
she said in mock alarm.
"What if Senedra had seen you do that?"
"Senedra can cope with it. She loves you as much as I do. I'll have Aunt Paul look at that shoulder."
"It's really fine, Belgarian."
"Do you want to argue about that with Aunt Paul?" She thought about it.
"No,"
she said.
"I don't really think so. Why don't you send Keldar over to hold my hand?"
"Anything else?"
You could kiss me again if you'd like."
With a certain clinical detachment, Bulgara opened the front of Velvet's gray dress and carefully examined the large purple bruise on the blonde girl's shoulder. Velvet blushed and modestly covered her more salient features. "Oh, I don't think anything's broken," Bulgara said, gently probing the bruised shoulder. "It is going to be very painful, though."
"I noticed that almost immediately,"
Velvet said, wincing. "All right, Sadi," Bulgara said briskly. "I need a good analgesic. What would you suggest?" "I have Oret, Lady Bulgara," the eunuch answered. She thought about it. "No," she said. "Oret would incapacitate her for the next 2 days. Do you have any misseth?" He looked a bit startled. "Lady Bulgara," he protested. "Misseth is an excellent painkiller, but—" he looked at the suffering Velvet. "There are those side effects, you know." "We can control her if necessary." "What side effects?" Silk demanded, hovering protectively over the blonde girl. "It tends to rouse a certain, shall we say, ardor?" Sadi replied delicately. "In Nyissa it's widely used for that purpose." "Oh," Silk said, flushing slightly. "1 drop," Bulgara said. "No, make that 2. "2?" Sadi exclaimed. "I want it to last until the pain subsides." 2 drops will do that all right," Sadi said. but you will have to confine her until it wears off. I'll keep her asleep if I need to. Dubiously, Sadi opened his red case and removed a vial of deep purple liquid. This is against my better judgment, Lady Polgara. Trust me.
It always makes me nervous when somebody says that, Belgarath said to Peldane. A lot of things make you nervous. We can't go anywhere until the girl's better. Paul knows what she's doing.
Maybe, Belgarath replied. Sadi carefully measured 2 drops of the purple medication into a cup of water and stirred the mixture with his finger. Then he rather carefully dried his hand on a piece of cloth. He handed the cup to Velvet. Drink it slowly, he instructed. You will begin to feel very strange almost immediately.
Strange?
She asked suspiciously. We can talk about it later. All you need to know now is that it's going to make the pain go away. Velvet sipped at the cup.
It doesn't taste bad,
she observed. Of course not, the eunuch replied. And you will find that it tastes better and better as you get toward the bottom of the cup. Velvet continued to take small sips of the liquid. Her face grew flushed.
My,
she said.
Isn't it warm in here all of a sudden?
Silk sat down on the bench beside her. Is it helping at all? How's the shoulder?
Did you see my bruise, Keldar?
She pulled her dress open to show it to him. She showed him, and everyone else in the room, other things as well.
Oops,
she said absently, not bothering to cover herself. I think you had better take those steps you mentioned, Lady Polgara, Sadi said. The situation is likely to get out of hand any minute now. Polgara nodded and put one hand briefly on Velvet's brow. Geryon felt a light surge.
Oh, suddenly, I feel so very drowsy, Velvet said. Is the medicine doing that?
In a manner of speaking, Polgara replied. Velvet's head drooped forward, and she laid it on Silk's shoulder. Bring her along, Silk, Polgara told the little man. Let's find a bed for her. Silk picked the sleeping girl up and carried her from the room with Polgara close beside him.
Does that stuff always have that effect?
Tinedra asked Sadi. Misseth? Oh, yes. It could arouse a stick.
And does it work on men, too?
Gender makes no difference, Your Majesty.
How very interesting.
She gave Geryon a sly, sidelong glance.
Don't lose that little bottle, Sadi,
she said. Never mind, Geryon told her. It took them perhaps a quarter of an hour to tidy up the room. Polgara was smiling when she and Silk returned. She will sleep now, she said. I looked into the other rooms, too. The woman of the house appears to have been a very neat sort of person. This is the only room that was seriously disturbed when the family left. She sat her candle down and smoothed the front of her gray dress with a satisfied expression. The house will do very nicely, Uncle, she told Peldane. I'm glad you approve, he replied. He was sprawled on a high-backed bench by the window, and was carefully retying the thong that held his ragged left sleeve in place. How far are we from the river? Belgarath asked him. Oh, it's still a ways. A good day's hard riding, at least. I can't be much more exact than that. When the wind came up, it almost blew off my feathers. Is the country on up ahead still empty? It's hard to be sure. I was up fairly high, and if there are any people out there, they'd have all taken cover from the storm. We'll have to have a look in the morning. Belgarath leaned back in his chair and stretched his feet out toward the hearth. That fire was a good idea. There is a definite chill in the air. That happens sometimes when you pile 3 or 4 inches of ice on the ground, Peldane told him. The ugly little man squinted thoughtfully. "If this sort of storm is a regular afternoon occurrence around here, we will need to cross the Magan during the morning hours. Getting caught in a hailstorm in an open boat isn't my idea of fun." "Now you stop that," Tzadi said sharply to Zith's earthenware bottle.
"What's the trouble?"
Zenedra asked. "She was making a funny little noise," Tzadi replied. "I wanted to see if she was all right, and she hissed at me."
"Well, she does that every now and then, doesn't she?"
"This was a bit different. She was actually warning me to stay away from her."
"Could she be ill?"
"I wouldn't think so. She's a fairly young snake, and I have been very careful about what I feed her."
"Perhaps she needs a tonic."
Zenedra looked questioningly at Polgara. Polgara laughed helplessly. "I'm sorry, Zenedra," she said, "but I have no experience with the illnesses of reptiles." "Do you suppose that we could talk about something else?" Silk asked plaintively. "Zith is a nice enough little animal, I suppose, but she is still a snake." Zenedra whirled on him, her eyes suddenly flashing.
"How can you say that?"
she snapped angrily.
"She has saved all of our lives twice. Once in Rak Urka when she nipped that Grodam Surjak, and again at Ashaba when she bit Harakan. Without her we would not be here. You might show at least a little bit of gratitude."
"Well," he said a little uncertainly, "you could be right, I suppose. But hang it all, Zenedra, I can't abide snakes."
"I don't even think of her as a snake."
"Zenedra," he said patiently, "she's long and skinny. She wriggles. She doesn't have any arms or legs, and she is poisonous. By definition, she's a snake."
"You're prejudiced,"
she accused. "Well, yes, I suppose you could say that."
"I am bitterly disappointed in you, Prince Keldar. She is a sweet, loving, brave little creature, and you are insulting her."
He looked at her for a moment, then rose to his feet and bowed floridly to the earthenware bottle. "I'm dreadfully sorry, dear Zith," he apologized. "I can't think what came over me. Can you possibly find it in your cold little green heart to forgive me?" Zith hissed at him, a hiss ending in a curious grunt. "She says to leave her alone," Tzadi told him. "Can you really understand what she's saying?" "In a general sort of way, yes. Snakes have a very limited vocabulary, so it's not all that difficult to pick up a few phrases here and there." The eunuch frowned. "She's been swearing a great deal lately, though, and that's not like her. She's usually a very ladylike little snake." "Oh, I can't believe I'm actually involved in this conversation," Silk said, shaking his head and going off down the hall toward the back of the house. Dernick returned with Toth and Ariond. They were carrying the packs containing Polgara's utensils and the food. Polgara looked critically at the fireplace and its facilities. "We have been eating some rather sketchy meals lately," she noted. "We have a fairly adequate kitchen here. So, why don't we take advantage of it?" She opened the food pack and rummaged through it. "I wish I had something besides travel rations to work with," she said half to herself. "Well, there's a hen roost out back, Paul," Peldane told her helpfully. She smiled at him. "Dernick, dear," she said in an almost dreamy tone of voice. "I'll see to it at once, Paul. 3, maybe?" "Make it 4. Then we'll be able to carry some cold chicken with us when we leave. Zenedra, go with him, and gather up all of the eggs you can find." Zenedra stared at her in astonishment.
"I've never gathered eggs before, Lady Polgara,"
she protested. "It's not hard, dear. Just be careful not to break them, that's all." "But I thought I'd make a cheese omelette for breakfast." Zenedra's eyes brightened.
"I'll get a basket,"
she said quickly. "Splendid idea, dear. Uncle, are there any other interesting things about this place?"
Well, there's a brew house at the back of the building, he shrugged. I didn't have time to look into it.
Belgarath rose to his feet.
Why don't we do that right now? He suggested. People in farm villages don't make very good beer, Belgarath.
Maybe this one is an exception. We will never know until we try it, will we?
Yeah, you got a point there.
The two old sorcerers went off toward the back of the house, while Eriond piled more wood on the fire. Tinedra returned, frowning and a little angry.
"They won't give me their eggs, Lady Polgra," she complained. "They're sitting on them."
"You have to reach under them and take the eggs, dear."
"Won't that make them angry?"
"Are you afraid of a chicken?" The little queen's eyes hardened, and she left the room purposefully. A root cellar behind the house yielded a store of vegetables, and Belgarath and Peldane brought a cask of beer in from the brew-house. While the chickens were roasting, Polgara rummaged through the canisters and bins in the kitchen. She found flour and a number of other staples, and she rolled up her sleeves in a business-like way, mixed up a large batch of dough, and began to knead it on a well-scrubbed cutting board near the fire. "We can have some biscuits tonight, I think, and I'll bake some fresh bread in the morning." The supper was the best Geryon had eaten in months. There had been banquets and adequate meals in inns and the like, but there was a certain indefinable quality to his Aunt Paul's cooking that no other cook in the world could hope to match. After he had eaten perhaps more than was really good for him, he pushed his plate away with a sigh and leaned back in his chair.
"I'm glad you decided to leave some for the rest of us,"
Tinedra said, in a slightly snippy tone. "Are you cross with me for some reason?" he asked her.
"No, I suppose not, Geryon. I'm just a little irritated, that's all."
"Why?"
"A chicken bit me."
She pointed at the remains of a roasted hen, lying on a large platter.
"That one,"
she added. She reached out, wrenched a drumstick off of the chicken, and bit into it rather savagely, with her small white teeth.
"There,"
she said in a vengeful tone.
"How do you like it?"
Geryon knew his wife, so he knew better than to laugh. After supper, they all lingered at the table in a kind of happy contentment as the storm outside abated. Then there was a light, almost diffident rap on the door. Geryon sprang to his feet, reaching over his shoulder for his sword.
"I don't mean to disturb you,"
a querulous old voice came from the other side of the door.
"I just wanted to be sure you have everything you need."
Belgarath rose from his chair and went to the door and opened it.
"Holy Belgarath,"
the man outside said, with a bow of the most profound respect. He was very old, with snowy white hair and a thin, lined face. He was also a Grolem. Belgarath stared at him warily. "You know me?" he asked.
"Of course. I know you all. I've been waiting for you. May I come in?"
Wordlessly, Belgarath stepped aside for him, and the aged Grolem tottered into the room, aided by a twisted cane. He bowed to Polgara.
"Lady Polgara,"
he murmured. Then he turned to Geryon.
"Your Majesty, may I beg your forgiveness?"
"Why?" Geryon replied. "You've never done anything to me."
"Yes, I have, Your Majesty. When I heard about what had happened in the City of Endless Night, I hated you. Can you forgive that?"
"There's nothing to forgive. It was only natural for you to feel that way. You have had a change of heart, I take it."
"It was changed for me, King Belgarion. The new god of Angarak will be a kindlier, gentler god than was Torak. I live now only to serve that god, and I abide against the day of his coming."
"Sit down, my friend," Belgarath told him. "I assume that you have had a religious experience of some kind?" The old Grolem sank into a chair, with a beatific smile on his lined face.
"My heart has been touched, Holy Belgarath," he said simply. "I had devoted all of my life to the service of Torak in the temple in this village. I grieved more than you can know when I learned of his death, for I served him without question. Now I have removed his likeness from the temple wall, and I decorate the altar with flowers instead of the blood of sacrificial victims. Bitterly I repent the times when I myself held the knife during the rite of sacrifice."
"And what was it that so changed you?" Polgara asked him.
"It was a voice that spoke to me in the silences of my soul, Lady Polgara. A voice that filled me with such joy that it seemed that all the world was bathed in light."
"And what did the voice say to you?" The old priest reached inside his black robe and withdrew a parchment sheet.
"I took great care to inscribe the words exactly as the voice spoke them to me, for such was the instruction I received. A man may misconstrue what he is told or change it, if it is not to his liking, or if he fails to understand."
He smiled gently.
"What I have written is for the benefit of others, though for the words are engraved upon my heart far more indelibly than upon this sheet."
He lifted the parchment and read from it in a quavering voice.
"Behold, in the days which shall follow the meeting of the Child of Light and the Child of Dark in the city of endless night, shall a great despair fall over the priests of the Dark God, for he shall have been laid low, and shall come no more among his people. But lift up thine heart, for thy despair is but the night which shall be banished by the rising of a new sun. For verily I say to thee, Angarak shall have a new birth with the coming of her true God, he who was purposed to lead her since the beginning of days. For lo, the dark God was born out of nothingness in the instant of the event which divided all creation. And it was not he who was foreordained to guide and protect Angarak. In the last meeting of the Child of Dark and the Child of Light shall the true God of Angarak be revealed, and ye shall render up unto him your hearts and your devotion. And the course which Angarak shall follow shall be determined by the choice. And once the choice is made, it may not be unmade, and shall prevail eternally for good or for ill. For hearken, two shall stand in the place which is no more, but only one shall be chosen. And the Child of Light and the Child of Dark shall surrender up the burden of the spirits which guide them to the two who shall stand in expectation of the choice. And should the choice fall to the one hand, the world shall be drowned in darkness. But should it fall to the other hand, shall all be bathed in light, and that which was ordained since before the beginning of time shall come to pass. Abide in hope, therefore, and treat thy fellow creatures kindly and with love, for this is pleasing to the true God,
and should he prevail and be chosen, he shall bless thee and shall lay but a gentle yoke upon thee."
The old Grolem lowered the sheet and bowed his head prayerfully.
Thus spoke the voice, which filled my heart with joy and banished my despair.
"We are grateful that you shared this with us," Belgarath told him. "Might we offer you something to eat?" The Grolem shook his head.
"I do not eat meat any more. I would not offend my God. I have cast away my dagger, and will shed no more blood for all the days of my life."
He rose to his feet.
"I will leave you now. I came but to reveal to you the words the voice spoke to me, and to assure you that one at least in all of Angarak shall pray for your success."
"We thank you," Belgarath said sincerely. He went to the door and held it open for the gentle old man.
"That was fairly specific, wasn't it?"
Peldane said, after the Grolem had left.
"It's the first time I heard a prophecy that got straight to the point."
"You mean to say that he's really a prophet?" Silk asked.
"Well, of course he is. It's an almost classic case. He had all the symptoms, the ecstasy, the radical change of personality, all of it."
"There is something wrong here, though," Belgarath said, frowning. "I have spent aeons reading prophecies, and what he said did not have the same tone as any that I have ever come across, either ours or the others." He looked at Geryon. "Can you get in touch with your friend?" he asked. "I need to talk with him." "I can try," Geryon replied. "He doesn't always come when I call, though." "See if you can reach him. Tell him that it's important." "I'll see what I can do, Grandfather." Geryon sat down and closed his eyes. "Are you in there?" he asked. "Please don't shout, Geryon," the voice responded in a pained tone. "It hurts my ears." "Sorry," Geryon apologized. "I didn't realize I was talking so loud. Grandfather wants to talk with you." "All right. Open your eyes, Geryon. I can't see when they are closed." As had happened occasionally in the past, Geryon felt himself shunted off into some quiet corner of his mind, and the dry voice took over. "All right, Belgarath," it said through Geryon's lips. "What is it this time?" "I have got a couple of questions," the old man replied. "There's nothing new about that. You've always got questions." "Did you hear what the Grolem said?" "Naturally." "Was it you? I mean, were you the voice that came to him?" "No. As a matter of fact, I wasn't." "Then it was the other spirit?" "No. It wasn't him either." "Then who was it?" "Sometimes I can't believe that Alder chose you as his first disciple. Are your brains packed in wool?" "You don't have to be insulting." Belgarath sounded a bit injured, but Peldane laughed an ugly, cackling kind of laugh. "All right," the voice sighed. "I'll go through it carefully. Try not to miss too much. My counterpart and I came into existence when destiny was divided. Have you got that part?" "I knew that already." "And you even managed to remember it? Amazing." "Thanks," Belgarath said in a flat tone. "I am working with Geryon's vocabulary. He's a peasant, so he can be a little blunt sometimes. Now, doesn't it seem logical that when destiny is reunited, there should be a new voice? My counterpart and I will have served our purpose, so there won't be any further need for us. Millions of years of enmity between us have warped our perceptions a bit." Belgarath looked startled at that. "Think, old man," the voice told him. "I'm not suited to deal with a united universe. I've got too many old grudges. The new voice can start out fresh without any preconceptions. It's better that way, believe me." "I think I'm going to miss you." "Don't get sentimental on me, Belgarath. I don't think I could bear that." "Wait a minute. This new voice will come into existence after the meeting, right?" "At the instant of the meeting, actually." "Then how did it speak to the old Grolem, if it's not in existence yet?" "Time doesn't really mean that much to us, Belgarath. We can move backward and forward in it without any particular difficulty." "You mean the voice was speaking to him from the future?" "Obviously." Geryon felt a faint, ironic smile cross his lips. "How do you know I'm not speaking to you from the past?" Belgarath blinked. "Now we've got you," Peldane said triumphantly. "We are going to win, aren't we?" "We can hope so, but there's no guarantee." "The voice that spoke to the Grolem represents a kindlier god, doesn't it?" "Yes." "Well, if the Child of Dark wins, the new god isn't going to be very kindly, is he?" "No." "Then the simple fact that the voice came to him from out of the future, after the choice, indicates that the Child of Light is going to win, doesn't it?" The voice sighed. "Why do you always have to complicate things, Peldane? The voice that spoke to the Grolem is the possibility of the new spirit. It's simply reaching back in time to make certain preparations so that things will be ready in the eventuality that it comes out on top. The choice still has not been made yet, you know." "Even the possibility of existence has that kind of power?" "Possibility has enormous power, Peldane. Sometimes even more than actuality." "And the possibility of the other spirit could be making its own preparations as well, couldn't it?" "I wouldn't be at all surprised. You have an enormous grasp of the obvious." "Then we are right back where we started from. We are still going to have two spirits wrestling across time and the universe for dominance." "No. The choice will eliminate one of the possibilities once and for all." "I don't understand," Peldane confessed. "I didn't think you would." "What preparations was the new voice making?" Polgara asked suddenly. "The Grolem who came to you here will be the prophet and the first disciple of the new god, assuming that the Child of Light is chosen, of course." "A Grolem? The decision wasn't mine to make. The new god will be a god of Angarak, though, so it does make sense, I suppose." "Well, that might take a bit of getting adjusted to." "You have as many prejudices as do I, Polgara," the voice laughed. "But I think in the long run you are more adaptable, and certainly more so than these two stubborn old men are. You will come to accept it in time. Now, if there aren't any more questions, I still have some things to attend to in another part of time." And then the voice was gone. Chapter 14. The sun was just going down, staining the purple cloud bank to the west with a jaundiced yellow as it broke through an opening in the approaching storm. Geryon crested a long hill and looked down into the next valley. There was a complex of buildings there, a complex so familiar that he dropped onto his haunches and stared at it in amazement for a moment. Then he rose on all fours again and moved cautiously through the tall grass toward the farmstead. He saw no smoke, and the large gate was open. But he didn't see any point in taking chances. Farmers have an automatic aversion to wolves, and Geryon did not particularly want to dodge arrows shot at him from concealment. He stopped at the edge of the cleared area surrounding the farm, dropped to his belly in the grass, and looked at the farm for quite some time. It seemed to be deserted. He ran forward and slunk cautiously through the open gate. The compound was quite nearly as large as Faldor's farm, half a world away. He slipped through an open shed door and stood inside with one forepaw slightly raised, as his nose and ears intently sought for any evidence that he was not alone. The farmstead was silent, save for the complaining moan of an udder-heavy cow lowing to be milked in the barn across the central yard. The smells of people were here, of course, but they were all many days old. Geryon slipped out of the shed and trotted cautiously from door to door, opening each in turn by twisting the handle with his jaws. The place in many respects was so strikingly familiar that it brought him a sharp pang of a homesickness he thought he had long since put behind him. The storage rooms were all almost the same as at Faldor's. The smithy was so like Dernick's that Geryon could almost hear the steely ring of his friend's hammer on the anvil. He was quite certain that he could close his eyes and pad unerringly across the yard to the kitchen. Methodically, he entered each room around the lower floor of the farmstead, then scrambled up the stairs leading to the gallery with his toenails scratching at the wooden steps. All was deserted. He returned to the yard and poked an inquiring nose into the barn. The cow bawled in panic, and Geryon backed out through the door to avoid causing her further distress. "Aunt Paul?" He sent his thought out. "Yes, dear. There's nobody here, and it's a perfect place." "Perfect is an extravagant word, Geryon. Wait until you see it." A few moments later, Belgarath trotted through the gateway, sniffed, looked around, and blurred into his own form.
"It's like coming home, isn't it?"
He grinned. "I thought so myself," Geryon replied. Peldane came spiraling in.
"It's about a league to the river," he said, even as he changed. "If we move right along, we can make it by dark."
"Let's stay here instead," Belgarath said. "The riverbanks might be patrolled, and there is no point in creeping around in the dark if we don't have to."
The hunchback shrugged.
"It's up to you."
Then Polgara, as pale and silent as a ghost, drifted over the wall, settled on the tailgate of a two-wheeled cart in the center of the yard, and resumed her own form. "Oh, my," she murmured, stepping down and looking around. "You were right, Geryon. It is perfect." She folded her cloak across her arm and crossed the yard to the kitchen door. About 5 minutes later, Dernick led the others into the yard. He also looked around, then suddenly laughed.
"Ha! You'd almost expect Faldor himself to come out that door," he said. "How's it possible for two places so far apart to look so much alike?"
"It's the most practical design for a farm, Dernick," Belgarath told him. "And sooner or later, practical people the world over are going to arrive at it. Can you do something about that cow? We won't get much sleep if she bawls all night long."
"I'll milk her right away."
The smith slid down from his saddle and led his horse toward the barn. Belgarath looked after him with an affectionate expression.
"We may have to drag him away from here in the morning," he noted.
"Where is Polgara?" Silk asked, looking around as he helped Velvet down from her horse.
"Where else?"
Belgarath pointed toward the kitchen.
"Getting her out of there may be even harder than dragging Dernick out of that smithy."
Velvet looked around with a slightly dreamy expression on her face. The drug Sadi had given her the previous night had not yet entirely worn off, and Geryon surmised that Polgara was keeping her under rigid control. "Very nice," she said, leaning involuntarily toward Silk.
"Sort of homey."
Silk's expression was wary, like that of a man about ready to bolt. They ate well again that evening, sitting around a long table in the beamed kitchen, with the golden light of wax candles filling the room and winking back from the polished copper bottoms of kettles hung on the wall. The room was snug and warm, even though the storm, which had been building up all afternoon, raged outside, filling the night with thunder and wind and driving rain. Geryon felt oddly at peace, a peace he had not known for more than a year now, and he accepted this time of renewal gratefully, knowing that it would strengthen him in the climactic months ahead. "Oh, my goodness!" Tzadi exclaimed. After he had finished eating, the eunuch had taken his red case to the far end of the kitchen and had been trying to coax Zith from her little home with a saucer of fresh, warm milk.
"What is it, Tzadi?"
Velvet said, seeming to shake off the effects of the drug, and Polgara's insistence that she remain calm. "Zith had a little surprise for us," Tzadi replied in a delighted tone. "Several little surprises, in fact." Velvet went curiously to his side.
"Oh,"
she said with a little catch in her voice.
"Aren't they adorable?"
"What is it?" Polgara asked.
"Our dear little Zith is a mother,"
Velvet said. The rest of them rose and went to the other end of the room to look at the new arrivals. Like their mother, they were all bright green with a characteristic red stripe running from nose to tail. There were 5 of them, and they were no larger than angleworms. They all had their chins on the edge of the saucer, and they were lapping up warm milk with their forked little tongues, purring all the while. Zith hovered over them protectively, somehow managing to look demure. "That would explain why she's been so bad-tempered lately," Tzadi said. "Why didn't you tell me, Zith? I could have helped you with the delivery." "I'm not sure. I'd want to be a midwife to a snake," Silk said. "Besides, I thought reptiles laid eggs." "Most of them do," Tzadi admitted. "Some kinds are live-bearers, though. Zith happens to be one of those kinds."
"And here I thought she was just getting fat,"
Velvet said.
"And all the time she was pregnant."
Durnick was frowning.
"Something doesn't quite fit here," he said. "Isn't Nyissa the only place where her species is found?"
"Yes," Tzadi said. "And they are very rare even in Nyissa."
"Well, then how—"
Durnick flushed slightly.
"Well, what I'm getting at is, how did this happen? We've been away from Nyissa for a long time. Where did she meet the father?"
Tzadi blinked. "That's true, isn't it? This is impossible. Zith, what have you been up to?" The little green snake ignored him.
"It's not really such a mystery, Tzadi,"
Eriond told him, smiling slightly.
"Don't you remember what Saradis said to Zith at Ashaba?"
"Something about something being delayed. I didn't really pay that much attention. We were in the middle of something fairly distracting at the moment, if I remember right."
She said, "Be tranquil, little sister, for the purpose of all thy days is now accomplished, and that which was delayed may now come to pass." This is what she was talking about. This is what was delayed.
"You know," Peldane said to Belgarath, "I think he's right. This isn't the first time the prophecies tampered with things in order to get the job done. That business about the purpose of all her days simply means that Zith was born for one thing, to bite Hurricane. Once she had done that, things went back to normal again."
Then the hunchback looked at Eriond.
"How is it that you remembered exactly what she said? We were all fairly excited there in Irvon's throne room.
I always try to remember what people say,
Ariond replied.
It may not always make sense at the time they say it, but sooner or later it always seems to fit together.
This is a strange boy, Belgarath, Peldane said.
We have noticed that on occasion.
Is it really possible?
Sadi asked the old sorcerer.
That sort of intervention, I mean.
That's the wrong question to ask my grandfather,
Garion laughed.
He doesn't believe that anything's impossible.
Silk was standing a safe distance away from Zith and her new brood. His eyebrow was raised slightly. Congratulations, Zith, he said finally to the little green mother. Then he looked sternly at the others. This is all very nice, I suppose, but if anybody calls them little nippers, I'll just scream. They had bathed and gone to bed, but Zenedra was restless, and she tossed and turned. Suddenly she sat up.
I wonder if that milk is still warm,
she murmured. She tossed back the blanket and padded on little bare feet to the door.
Do you want some too?
She asked Garion.
No, thanks, all the same, dear.
It would help you sleep.
I'm not the one who's having trouble sleeping.
She stuck her tongue out at him and went out into the hallway. When she returned a few moments later with her glass of milk, she was stifling a naughty little giggle.
What's so funny?
He asked her.
I saw Silk.
So?
He didn't see me, but I saw him. He was going into a bedroom.
He can go in and out of his bedroom if he wants to. She giggled again and hopped into bed.
That's the point, Garion. It wasn't his bedroom.
Oh, Garion coughed in embarrassment. Drink your milk.
I listened at the door for a moment,
she said.
Don't you want to hear what they were saying?
Not particularly, no. She told him anyway. The rain had passed on through, although there were still rumbles of thunder far to the west and jagged sheets of lightning raked the western horizon. Garion awoke suddenly and sat upright in bed. There was a different kind of rumble outside, and it was occasionally accompanied by a shrill bellowing noise. He slipped softly out of bed and went out onto the balcony that encircled the farmyard. A long line of torches was slowly moving out there in the darkness, perhaps a half-mile to the west. Garion peered out through the tag end of the storm, then began to form up the image of the wolf in his mind. This was definitely something that needed to be investigated. The torches moved at a peculiarly slow pace. As Garion loped closer to them, he noticed that they seemed much higher than they would have been if the torchbearers were mounted on horses. The slow rumbling sound and the peculiar bellowing continued. Then he stopped beside a bramble thicket and sat down on his haunches to watch and listen. A long line of huge gray beasts was plodding through the night in a northeasterly direction. Garion had seen the image, at least, of an elephant on the Isle of Verkat in Tormurgos, when his Aunt Paul had routed the mad hermit in the forest. An image of an elephant is one thing, however, but the reality is quite something else. They were enormous, far larger than any animal Garion had ever seen, and there was a kind of ponderous implacability about their steady pace. Their foreheads and flanks were covered with skirts of chainmail, and Garion shuddered inwardly at the thought of such vast weight, though the elephants moved as if the mail were as insubstantial as cobwebs. Their sail-like ears swayed as they walked, and their pendulous trunks drooped down before them. Occasionally, one of them would curl his trunk up, touching it to his forehead, and give vent to a shattering trumpet sound. Men in crude body armor were mounted on the huge, plodding beasts. One, bearing a torch, sat cross-legged atop each huge neck. Those riding behind were armed with javelins, slings, and short-limbed bows. At the head of the column, riding astride the neck of a beast fully a yard taller than the ones in his wake, was a man wearing the black robe of a Grolem. Geryon rose and slunk closer, his careful paws making no sound in the rain-wet grass. Although he was certain that the elephants could easily catch his scent, he reasoned that beasts so large would pay little attention to a predator who posed no real threat to them. In the presence of such immensity, he felt small, even flea-like. He did not particularly like the feeling. His own bulk approached 200 pounds, but an elephant's weight was measured in tons, not in pounds. He ranged on silent paws along the column, maintaining a distance of perhaps 50 yards and keeping his nose and eyes alert. His attention was concentrated on the black-robed Grolem astride the neck of the lead animal. The elephants moved on, and Geryon trotted alongside the column, maintaining his distance. Then there appeared in the track ahead of the lead elephant a figure robed in shiny black satin that gleamed in the torchlight. The column halted, and Geryon slunk closer. The satin-robed figure pushed back her hood with a hand that seemed filled with swirling light. At Ashaba, and again in Zamad, Geryon had briefly seen the face of his son's abductor, but the confrontations with the Darshivan sorceress had been so charged with danger and dread that he had not really had time to let the features of the Child of Dark register on his memory. Now, slinking still closer, he looked upon her torch-lit face. Her features were regular, even beautiful. Her hair was a lustrous black, and her skin was very nearly as pale as that of Geryon's cousin Adara. The similarity ended there, however. Zanduramas was a Grolem, and her dark eyes had that peculiar angularity common to all Angaraks. Her nose was slightly aquiline, and her forehead was broad and unlined. Her chin was pointed, which made her face seem oddly triangular.
"I have been awaiting thee, Naradas," she said in her harshly accented voice. "Where hast thou been?"
"Forgive me, mistress," the Grolem astride the neck of the massive lead bull apologized. "The herdsmen were farther south than we had been told."
He pushed back his hood. His face was cruel, and his white eyes gleamed in the flickering torchlight.
"How fares the struggle with the disciples' minions?"
"Not well, Naradas,"
she replied.
"His guardsmen and his kandam and the rabble out of Koranda outnumber our forces."
"I have a regiment of elephant cavalry behind me, mistress," Naradas informed her. "They will turn the tide of the battle. The grass of central Peldane will be well watered with the blood of Irvan's guardsmen, Kandam, and Kerans. We will roll them back and make Darshiva secure once and for all."
"I care nothing for Darshiva, Naradas. I seek the world, and the fate of one small principality on the eastern edge of Malloreon is a matter of sublime indifference to me. Let it stand or let it fall, I care not. It hath served its purpose, and now I am weary of it. How long will it take you to deliver your beasts to the field of battle?"
2 days at most, mistress."
"Do so, then. Put them under the command of my generals, and then follow me to Kel. I will return to Hemel and gather up Otrath and Belgeryon's brat. We will await thee in the shadow of the holy mountain of the seers."
"Is it true that Irvan brought the demon lord Nahaz and his hordes with him, mistress?"
"He did, but that no longer concerns us. Demons are not so difficult to raise, and Nehaz is not the only demon lord in hell. Lord Morja consented to aid us with his hordes. There hath long been enmity between Morja and Nehaz. They do war upon each other now with no concern for ordinary forces."
"Mistress," Naradas exclaimed, "surely you would not consort with such creatures."
"I would consort with the king of hell himself, in order to triumph in the place which is no more. Morja hath feigned flight, and hath lured Nehaz away from the battlefield. Take thy beasts there, so that they may destroy Ervon's hosts. Nehaz and his minions shall not be there to delay thee. Then come with all possible speed to Kel."
"I shall, mistress," Naradas promised submissively.
A slow rage had been building up in Geryon. His son's abductor was no more than seconds away from him, and he knew that there was no way she could gather in her will before his fangs were into her flesh. And then it would be too late. He curled his lips back from his dreadful teeth and slunk closer, one step at a time, his hackles erect, his belly low to the ground. He thirsted for blood, and his hatred burned like a fire in his brain. Quivering in awful anticipation, he bunched his muscles, and a low, rumbling growl filled his throat. It was that sound that ultimately brought him to his senses. The thought that had seared his brain was the thought of a wolf, and it considered nothing beyond the immediate moment. If Zandramas indeed stood no more than a few bounds away, he could rend her flesh and scatter her blood in the tall grass beside the track upon which she stood before the echo of her shrieks had returned from nearby hillsides. But if the figure standing before white-eyed Naradas was but an insubstantial projection, he would clash his curved fangs on nothingness, and the Sorceress of Darshiva would escape his vengeance once again, even as she had at Ashaba. It was perhaps the thought burning in his brain that alerted her, or perhaps, as Polgara had done so often, she had merely sampled the surrounding region with her mind and had located the others. Whatever it was, the sorceress suddenly hissed in alarm. "Danger!" she snapped to her white-eyed underling. Then she smiled a cruel, mirthless smile. "But I have a form immune to Aelorn sorcery." She tensed herself, then blurred, and then the immense shape of the dragon appeared before the suddenly terrified elephants. She spread the vast sails of her wings and launched herself into the damp night air, filling the darkness with her shrieking bellow and her sooty red fire. "Aunt Paul!" Geryon's thought flew out. "The dragon is coming." "What?" Her answering thought came back. "Zandramas has changed form. She's flying toward you." "Come back here," she commanded crisply. "Now." He spun, his claws digging into the damp turf, and ran toward the farmstead as fast as he could. Behind him he could hear the shrill, panicky trumpeting of the elephants, and overhead the shrieking bellow of the vast dragon. He ran on desperately, knowing that Zandramas was immune to whatever countermeasures Polgara and the others might try, and that only the flaming sword of Iron Grip could drive her away. It was not far, though the seconds seemed like hours as he bunched and stretched in the running gait of the wolf. Ahead of him he could see the dragon's fiery breath illuminating the storm clouds roiling overhead, a fire eerily accompanied by pale blue lightning that danced in jerky streaks down from the clouds. Then she folded her huge wings and plummeted down toward the farmstead, with billows of fire preceding her. Between bounds, Geryon changed and ran on toward the gate with the sword of iron grip flaming in the air above his head. At the last instant, the dragon extended her vast pinions and settled into the farmyard, still belching fire and smoke. She swung her snake-like neck around, sending incandescent billows of flame into the wooden structures surrounding the yard. The seasoned wood began to char and smoke, and here and there small blue flames began to flicker their way up the sides of the door frames. Geryon rushed into the yard, his burning sword aloft. Grimly he began to flail at the dragon with it. "You may be immune to sorcery, Xandramos," he shouted at her, "but you are not immune to this." She shrieked, engulfing him in a sheet of flame, but he ignored it, and continued to lash her with the blue flame of the orb and the sword. Finally, unable to bear his relentless strokes any longer, she hurled herself into the air, flapping her great wings frantically. She clawed at the air and finally managed to clear the second-story roof of the farmstead. Then she settled to earth again and continued to bathe the structure in flames. Geryon dashed out through the gateway, fully intending to confront her again. But then he stopped. The dragon was not alone. Glowing with her peculiar nimbus, the blue wolf faced the altered form of the Sorceress of Darshiva. Then, even as Polgara had once expanded into immensity in Stithistore to face the god Issa, and as Geryon himself had done in the City of Endless Night, when he had come at last to his fated meeting with Torak, the blue wolf swelled into vastness. The meeting of the two was the sort of thing nightmares are made of. The dragon fought with flame, and the wolf with her terrible fangs. Since the wolf was insubstantial, except for her teeth, the dragon's flame had no effect, and though the teeth of the wolf were very sharp, they could not penetrate the dragon's scaly hide. Back and forth they raged in titanic but inconclusive struggle. Then Geryon thought he detected something. The light was not good. The sky overhead was still obscured by the last tattered clouds of the evening storm, and the sullen flickers of lightning seemed to obscure more than they revealed. But it appeared that each time the wolf lunged, the dragon flinched visibly. Then it came to him. Though the wolf's teeth could not injure the dragon, her blue nimbus could. It seemed in some way to be akin to the glow of the orb and the fire of Iron Grip's sword. Somehow, the blue glow surrounding Poledra, when she assumed the shape of the wolf, partook of the power of the orb, and Geryon had discovered that even in the form of the invincible dragon, Xandramos feared the orb and anything connected with it. Her flinching became more visible, and Poledra pressed her advantage with savage, snarling lunges. Then, suddenly, they both stopped. A wordless agreement seemed to pass between them, and each blurred back into their natural form, their eyes flashing with implacable hatred. Xandramos and Poledra faced each other as two women.
"I have warned you about this, Xandramos,"
Poledra said in a deadly voice.
"Each time you try to thwart the purpose of the destiny which controls us all, I will block you. And I have told thee, Poledra, that I do not fear thee," the sorceress retorted. "Fine, then," Poledra almost purred. "Let us summon the seeress of Kel. Let her make the choice here and now, and based upon the outcome of this meeting. Thou art not the child of light, Poledra. Thou hast no part in the ordained meeting." "I can stand in Belgeryon's stead if need be," Poledra replied. "For the meeting between you and him is not the meeting upon which the fate of creation hinges. In that last meeting, you will no longer be the child of dark, and he will no longer be the child of light. Others are destined to take up those burdens. So let the meeting between you and me come now and in this place." Thou wert turn all to chaos, Poledra,
Zandramas screamed. Not all, I think. You have far more to lose than I. Belgarian is the child of light, and he will go from here to the place which is no more. You are the child of dark. But if we have our meeting here and now, and if you are the one to fall, who will assume your burden? Irvan, perhaps? Or Agachak? Or some other? You, however, will not be the exalted one, and I think that thought might be more than you can bear. Consider it, Zandramas, and then choose. The two stood facing each other, with the last flickers of lightning from the evening storm playing luridly among the clouds to the west, bathing their faces in an eerie light. Well, Zandramas,
we will surely meet, Poledra, and all shall be decided. But not here. This is not the place of my choosing.
Then the child of dark shimmered and vanished, and Geryon heard and felt the rushing surge of her translocation. Chapter 15. She walked toward him with a stately, unhurried step, her golden eyes a mystery. Put your sword away, Geryon. There is no need for it now. Yes, grandmother. He reached back over his shoulder and inserted the tip of his blade into the sheath, and let it slide home of its own weight. You heard, I suppose? Yes, grandmother. Then you understand? Not entirely, no. I'm sure you will in time. Let's go inside. I need to talk with my husband and my daughter. All right. Geryon was not entirely sure about the proprieties, and he was just a bit unsure of what his reaction might be should he attempt to assist her, only to discover that she had no substance. Good manners, however, dictated that a gentleman help a lady across uneven ground, and so he set his teeth, reached out, and took her elbow. She was as solid as he was. That made him feel better. Thank you, Geryon. She smiled a bit whimsically at him. Did you really think your hand would pass right through me? He flushed. You knew what I was thinking? Of course. She laughed a low, warm laugh. It's not really all that miraculous, Geryon. You are a wolf in your other form, and wolves are very open about their thoughts. You were speaking them out loud in 100 little moves and gestures you weren't even aware you were making. I didn't know that. There's a great deal of charm about it. Puppies do it all the time. Thanks, he said dryly, as the two of them passed through the gateway into the yard of the farmstead. Dernick and Toth were extinguishing the last flickers of flame from the scorched wall of a first-floor shed with buckets full of water carried to them by Silk, Ariond, and Tzadi. The dragon had not had enough time to ignite the structures fully with her searing breath, and so none of the fires were very serious. Polgara crossed the yard gravely with Tenedra and Velvet close behind her. Mother, she said simply. You are looking well, Polgara, the tawny-haired woman replied, as if they had spoken together only last week. Married life agrees with you. I rather like it, Polgara smiled. I rather thought you might. Is he around? I need to talk with him as well as with you. He's in one of the upstairs rooms. You know how he feels about these meetings. Would you fetch him for me, Geryon? I have only so much time, and there are things he has to know. He's going to have to put his feelings aside this time. Right away, grandmother. He turned and went quickly up the wooden steps to the second-floor gallery, and the door his Aunt Paul had indicated. Belgarath sat on a rumpled cot. His elbows were on his knees, and his face was buried in his hands.
"Grandfather?"
Geryon said gently.
What?
"She wants to talk with you."
Belgarath lifted his face. His expression was one of mute suffering.
"I'm sorry, Grandfather, but she says it's very important."
Belgarath set his jaw, then sighed in resignation.
All right,
he said, rising to his feet.
Let's go, then.
As the two of them started down the steps, they saw Durnick bowing a bit awkwardly to Poledra.
"Ma'am,"
the smith was saying. Geryon suddenly realized that this was probably the first time the two had been formally introduced.
"So stiff and proper, Durnick,"
she replied. She reached out and lightly touched his face with one hand. Then she embraced him.
"You have made my daughter very happy, Durnick. Thank you,"
she told him. Then she turned and looked directly at Belgarath.
"Well,"
she said. There was a challenge in her voice.
"You haven't changed a bit,"
he said, in a voice thick with emotion.
"Oh, I've changed all right,"
she replied wryly.
"In ways not even you could imagine."
"It doesn't show."
"It's nice of you to say so. Did you hear the little exchange between the witch and me?"
He nodded.
"You were taking chances, Poledra. What if she had taken up your challenge?"
"Wolves enjoy taking chances,"
she shrugged.
"It adds a certain zest to their lives. It really wasn't all that risky, though. Zandramas is the child of dark, and the dark spirit is gradually taking over her body as well as her soul. It's not going to gamble at this particular time. It takes too long to train replacements, and there's not that much time left before the final meeting. All right, let's get down to business. Zandramas has her Angarak king now."
Belgarath nodded. "We had heard about that."
"You always were good at ferreting out secrets. The coronation ceremony was fairly grotesque. Zandramas followed the ancient Angarak ritual. Torak was supposed to be present, but she worked her way around that. It involved a certain amount of fakery, but the image of him she conjured up was convincing enough to deceive the gullible."
Poledra smiled.
"It certainly persuaded Archduke Otrath," she added. "He fainted on 3 separate occasions during the ceremony. I think the oaf actually believes that he really is the Emperor now. A delusion Kalzakath's headsman will relieve him of shortly, if Otrath is unlucky enough to fall into his cousin's hands. At any rate, Zandramas has only one more major task."
"Oh? And what is that?"
"The same as yours. She has to find out where the meeting is supposed to take place. Don't dally on your way to Kel. You have still got a long way to go. Time is getting short, and you have to get across the Megan before Zakath gets here."
"Zakath?"
He sounded startled.
"You mean you didn't know? He moved his army into place around Magaren some weeks back. He sent out advance elements a few days ago, and he left Magaren with the bulk of his army just yesterday. He plans to blockade the river from the northern end of the Dalasian Mountains to the jungles of Kandahar. If he gets that blockade in place, you might have some difficulty getting across the river."
Then she looked at Peldane.
"You haven't changed much, my crooked friend."
"Did you expect me to, Poledra?"
He grinned at her.
"I thought you might at least have changed that disreputable old tunic.
or that it might have rotted off your back by now?
I patch it from time to time, he shrugged. Then I replace the patches when they wear out. It's a comfortable tunic and it fits me. The original is probably only a memory, though. Is there anything else you think we need to know? Or are we going to stand around discussing my wardrobe?
She laughed. I have missed you. Oh, one of the hierarchs of Tolmuricos has landed at Finda on the west coast of the Delasian Protectorates.
Which one?
Agachak. Does he have an Engarak king with him? Silk asked eagerly. Yes. Urget, the king of the Murgos? She shook her head. No. Apparently Urget defied Agachak and refused to make the journey. Urget? Defied Agachak? Are you sure? Urget's afraid of his own shadow. Not any more, it seems. Your brother has changed quite a bit since you last saw him, Keldar. His new wife may have had something to do with that. She is a very determined young woman, and she's making him over to fit her conception of him. Oh, that's terribly depressing, Silk mourned. Agachak brought the new king of the Tulls instead, a cretin named Nathal. Poledra looked at her husband. Be very careful when you get to Dalasia, she told him. Xandramas, Urvan, and Agachak will all be converging on you. They hate each other, but they all know that you are the common enemy. They may decide to put aside their feelings in order to join forces against you. When you add Zakath and the whole Malloreon army to that, the place which is no more might be just a little crowded when we get there, Silk observed wryly. Numbers will mean absolutely nothing in that place, Keldar. There will only be 3 who matter there, the Child of Light, the Child of Dark, and the Sorceress of Kel, who will make the choice. She looked at Eriond then. Do you know what it is you have to do? She asked him. Yes, he replied simply. It's not such a difficult thing, really. Perhaps not, Poledra told him. But you are the only one who can do it. I'll be ready when the time comes, Poledra. Then the tawny-haired woman looked again at Belgarath. Now, I think it's finally time for you and me to have that little talk you've been avoiding since our daughters were born, she said very firmly. The old man started. In private, she added. Come with me. Yes, Poledra, he replied meekly. Purposefully she walked toward the gate of the farmstead, with Belgarath trailing behind her like a schoolboy anticipating a scolding, or worse. At last, Polgara sighed with relief. What is going on, Lady Polgara? Zinedra asked in a baffled little voice. My mother and father are going to be reconciled, Polgara replied happily. My mother died, or perhaps didn't, when my sister Beldoran and I were born. My father always blamed himself because he wasn't there to help her. He and Bare Shoulders and the others had gone to Tolmishrak to steal the orb back from Torak. Mother never blamed him, because she knew how important what they were doing was. Father doesn't forgive himself that easily, however, and he has been punishing himself about it for all of these centuries. Mother has finally gotten tired of it, so she's going to take steps to correct the situation. Oh, Zinedra said, with that odd little catch in her voice. That's just beautiful. Her eyes filled with sudden tears. Wordlessly, Velvet drew a flimsy little bit of handkerchief from her sleeve, dabbed at her own eyes, and then passed it to Zinedra. It was perhaps an hour later when Belgarath returned. He was alone, but there was a gentle smile on his face and a youthful twinkle in his eye. No one saw fit to ask him any questions.
"What time of night would you say it is?" he asked Dernick.
The smith squinted up at the sky, where the last remnants of cloud were being swept off to the east by the prevailing wind, to reveal the stars.
"I'd guess about 2 hours until first light, Belgarath. The breeze has come up. It sort of smells like morning."
"I don't think we'll get any more sleep tonight," the old man said. "Why don't we load the packs and saddle the horses, while Paul fixes some of those eggs for breakfast?" Polgara looked at him with a slightly raised eyebrow.
"You weren't planning to let us leave without feeding us first, were you, Paul?" he asked her roguishly.
"No, father," she said. "As a matter of fact, I wasn't."
"I didn't think so."
And then he laughed and threw his arms about her.
"Oh, my Paul,"
he said exuberantly. Zenedra's eyes filled with tears again, and Velvet reached for her handkerchief once more. "Between them, they're going to wear that little thing out," Silk noted clinically. "That's all right," Geryon replied. "I've got a couple of spares in my pack." And then he remembered something. "Grandfather," he said, "in all of the excitement, I almost forgot something. Before she changed into the dragon, I heard Xandramas talking with Naradis."
"Oh?"
"He's been in Gandahar, and he's taking a regiment of elephant cavalry to the battlefield."
"That won't matter very much to the demons."
"The demons aren't there anymore. Xandramas raised another demon lord, Morja his name is, and he has managed to lure Nahaz away from the battlefield. They've gone off someplace else to fight."
Belgarath scratched at one bearded cheek. "Just how good is that elephant cavalry out of Gandahar?" he asked Silk.
"Pretty close to invincible," Silk replied. "They drape them in chainmail, and they trample wide paths through opposing armies. If the demons have left the field, Urvan's army hasn't got a chance."
"There are too many people involved in this race anyway," Belgarath grunted. "Let's get across the Magan, and leave all of these armies to their own devices."
They ate breakfast and rode out from the farmstead as the first light of dawn began to creep slowly up out of the eastern horizon. Oddly, Geryon felt no particular weariness despite a night significantly short on sleep. A great deal had happened since the sun had gone down, and he had much to think about. The sun had risen when they reached the great river Magan. Then, following Toth's gestured directions, they rode slowly southward, looking for a village where they might find a boat large enough to carry them across to Darshiva. The day was warm, and the grass and trees had all been washed clean by the previous night's storm. They came to a small settlement of mud-smeared shacks standing on stilts, with rickety docks thrusting out into the river. A lone fisherman sat at the end of one of those docks, negligently holding a long cane pole. Belgarath said, "Talk to him, Dernick. See if he knows where we can hire a boat." The smith nodded and reined his horse around. On an impulse, Geryon followed him. They dismounted at the landward end of the dock and walked out toward the fisherman. He was a stumpy-looking little fellow, dressed in a homespun tunic and with muddy bag-like shoes on his feet. His bare legs were laced with knotty purple veins, and they were not very clean. His face was tanned, and he was not so much bearded as unshaven.
"Any luck?"
Dernick asked him.
"See for yourself,"
the fisherman said, pointing at the wooden tub at his side. He did not turn, but rather kept his eyes intently on the floating red stick to which his line was attached, and which dangled his baited hook down into the murky water of the river. The tub was half full of water, and several foot-long trout swam in circles in it. The fish had angry-looking eyes and jutting lower jaws. Dernick squatted down beside the fisherman, his hands on his knees.
"Nice-looking fish," he observed.
"A fish is a fish,"
the stumpy fellow shrugged.
They look better on the plate than they do in the tub.
Well, that's why we catch them, Dernick agreed. What are you using for bait?
Tried angleworms earlier,
the fellow replied laconically.
Didn't seem to interest him. So I switched over to fish roe.
I don't think I've ever tried that, Dernick admitted. How does it work?
Got them 5 in the last half an hour. Sometimes it makes 'em so excited you got to go behind a tree to bait your hook, to keep 'em from chasing you right up onto the bank.
Well, I'll have to try it, Dernick said, eyeing the water wistfully. Have you got any idea of where we might be able to hire a boat? We've got to go across the river. The fisherman turned and stared at the smith incredulously.
To the Darshiva side, he exclaimed. Man, you oughtn't of your mind.
Is there some trouble over there?
Trouble? Thought you'd even begin to describe what's happening over there. You ever hear tell of what they call a demon?
A few times.
You ever seen one?
Once, I think.
Well, there's no think about it, friend. If you seen one, you know.
The fellow shuddered.
It's just plain awful. Well, sir, all of Darshiva's just crawling with 'em. There's this Grolem. He come down from the north with a whole pack of 'em snapping and growling at his heels. Then there's this other Grolem, a woman, if you can believe that. Zandramat, her name is, and she stepped back and cast a spell and hauled some of her own out of wherever 'tis they come from. And them demons is fighting each other over there in Darshiva.
We had heard that there was fighting to the north of here in Peldane.
Well, those are just ordinary troops. And what they're fighting is an ordinary war with swords and axes and burning pitch and all. Well, the demons, they all went across the river looking for fresh ground to tear up and fresh people to eat. They do that, you know. Demons, I mean. They eat folks alive most of the time.
I'm afraid we still have to go over there, Dernick told him.
Well, I hope you're a good swimmer, then. You're going to have no luck at all finding a boat. Everybody from here jumped on anything as would float and headed downriver toward Gandahar. Guess they figured them wild elephants down there was a whole lot preferable to demons.
I think you're getting a bite, Dernick said politely, pointing at the floating stick on the stumpy man's line. The stick was submerging and popping back to the surface again. The fisherman jerked his pole straight up into the air, then swore.
Missed him,
he said. You can't catch them all, Dernick said philosophically.
You can sure try, though.
The fellow laughed, pulling in his line and rebaiting his hook with a dripping gobbet of fish roe he took from an earthenware bowl at his side. I'd try under the dock myself, Dernick advised. Trout always seem to like shade.
That's the good thing about using fish roe for bait, the fisherman said sagely. They can smell it, and they'll go for it even if they gotta climb a fence to get there.
He cast his line out again, and absently wiped his hand on the front of his tunic. How is it that you stayed behind? Dernick asked. I mean, if there's so much trouble round here, why didn't you go to Gandahar with the other people who left here?
I never lost nothing in Gandahar. Them folks is all crazy down there.
Well, they spend all their time chasing elephants.
I mean, what you gonna do with an elephant once you catch him? And the fish down there ain't worth the bait. Besides, this is the first time I've had this stock all to myself in the last 5 years. Most of the time, I can't get my line in water, there's so many out here.
Well, Dernick said, rising to his feet a little regretfully, I suppose we'd better push on. We're going to have to find a boat somewhere.
I'd sure advise staying away from the Darshiva side, friend, the fisherman said seriously. You'd be better off to cut yourself a pole and sit right here with me till all the trouble blows over.
Well, I certainly wish I could,
Dernick sighed. Good luck, friend. Just being here with my line in the water is the best luck in the world.
The fellow shrugged, turning his eyes back to the floating stick on his line.
If you ever go over to the Darshiva side, try not to get ate by demons.
I'll make a special point of it, Dernick promised.
As Geryon and his friend walked back along the rickety dock to where the horses were tethered, Dernick smiled.
They talk differently in this part of the world, don't they?
Yes, Geryon agreed, remembering the gabby old man and his pig in the wayside tavern above the plains of Orsebo.
I sort of like it, though, Dernick admitted. Kind of free and relaxed and easy somehow.
I would not necessarily try to imitate it, though, if I were you, Geryon advised. Aunt Paul might wash your mouth out with soap if you did.
Oh, Dernick smiled. I don't think she'd really do that, Geryon.
Geryon shrugged. She's your wife, and it's your mouth. Belgarath was waiting for them atop the grassy hill rising above the village on the riverbank.
Well, he asked. The fish are biting, Dernick told him seriously.
Belgarath stared at him for a moment, then rolled his eyes heavenward and groaned.
I meant in Darshiva, he said, from between clenched teeth. Oh, I couldn't really say for sure about that, Belgarath. But if they're biting on this side, it only stands to reason that they'd be biting over there too, doesn't it?
Dernick's face was very sincere, and his tone was earnest. Belgarath turned and stamped away, muttering to himself. When they rejoined the others, Geryon briefly repeated the information that he and Dernick had gleaned from the solitary man at the end of the dock.
That puts a whole new complexion on things, doesn't it? Silk said. Now what?
If you don't mind a suggestion, Ancient One, Tzadi said to Belgarath, I think we might be wise to follow the example of the villagers Belgarian mentioned, and go on down river to Gandahar and find a boat there. It might take us a little longer, but we will avoid the demons.
Toth shook his head. The huge mute's usually impassive face had a worried frown on it. He made a quick series of those obscure gestures to Dernick.
He says we don't have time, the smith translated.
Is there some kind of special time when we have to get to Kel? Silk asked.
Toth gestured again, his big hands moving rapidly.
He says that Kel has been sealed off from the rest of Telesia, Dernick told them. Thoradis has made arrangements for us to get through, but once she leaves, the other seers will seal it off again.
Leaves? Belgarath said with some surprise.
Where is she going?
Dernick looked inquiringly at Toth, and the mute gestured some more.
Oh, Dernick said. I see.
He turned back to Belgarath.
She needs to go to the place of the meeting soon. She has to be there when it happens, so that she can make the choice.
Couldn't she just travel with us?
Velvet asked. Toth shook his head again, and his gestures became more emphatic.
I'm not sure I got all that, Dernick confessed. Tell me if I make any mistakes.
He turned once more.
He says that something's supposed to happen before we get to Kel, but if it doesn't, she will have to travel alone.
Did he say what this something is going to be? Volgara asked her husband.
The way I understand it, he doesn't know, Paul.
Does he know where it's going to happen? Belgarath asked intently. Toth spread his hands.
That young lady is really beginning to irritate me.
The old man looked at Peldane.
What do you think?
I don't see that we have much choice, Belgarath. If this event is supposed to happen in Darshiva,
and we avoid the place, it might not happen at all, and the whole business could hinge on that."
"All right," Belgarath said. "We go to Darshiva, then. We have dodged demons before. The main thing right now is to get across the river before Zakath gets here." "And we're going to need a boat," Durnick said.
"I'll go see if I can find one," Peldane said, crouching and spreading his arms.
"You don't have to be too selective," Belgarath said. "Anything that floats should do it."
"I'll keep that in mind,"
Peldane replied, and soared away.